screen right now.
Oh, baby.
Oh, man.
Uma's late and Brad's late, too.
I'm gonna build this this club set for when we try again.
Uma waited till 2 minutes till to say I'll be late.
Did he? Oh.
Yeah, 2 minutes till. some notice right there.
All
2
right.
minutes.
Great. Well,
On the plus side,
it's okay.
Circle jerk.
If you're offering. I mean, I honestly don't know what the fuck's gonna happen tonight, so.
Well, we're going to that party, right?
yeah, we're definitely going to the party.
You know what? What can happen right now? You guys can tell me what happened last week after I left.
Nothing really.
Everybody died.
What are you talking about? Nothing really. General showed up.
What the fuck?
The general showed up. Nothing important.
Forgot you left before
They
that
said-
part.
They said
Wait, what?
They threw General Barabbas' head on the floor, and then like 5 minutes later, 3 of the generals showed up.
2 of them.
Yes.
Really?
2 of them and a queen, the acting queen.
And the head's still on the floor.
Wait, which general showed up?
The dragon and
All of them.
Suzaku and
bird.
what's his name?
Surya.
Yeah.
Surya. That makes sense. Surya's a bird.
The tiger didn't come, right?
No.
No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure his face is still healing.
Yeah, y'all fucked him up. He's.
Are you gonna redraw him?
Yeah, I actually already have artwork for him.
Nice. I'm kind of curious.
Is he in like a mask or just the form?
You'll have to see. I'm gonna let that be a surprise when y'all face him again.
I'll need to get my hands on some more acid. I'm gonna disfigure his disfigured.
Wait, Jinx is good aligned now, right?
That's true. I'm gonna do it for the better good. He's gonna learn to not be a bad guy.
Very loose
You're gonna do it for the vine?
Do it for the vibes, yeah. Yo, what's up, guys? I'm gonna splash this chemical in this tiger dude's face.
Oh no! Say it's a prank after you do it, though.
Dude, I need to get like some like transmitting crystals that can totally do that, and then like broadcast it places. It would be fantastic.
Making Vine canon.
I could totally Vine. Oh man! It would just like show up in town square instead of like each individual having a crystal. You know, it'd be too much work. But you know.
But on a side note, did you see who the special guest star was this past week on The Mandalorian?
No one watches that.
Nobody watches that.
I should watch that.
Bill Burr.
Yeah, I don't have Disney Plus. You want to shoot me your info though? Yeah, I'll watch it. Oh man. Almost ready. Just gotta find a chair. One more minute. What the hell is taking him so long? Oh, it's almost Christmas. He went back home, I think.
So yeah, next week, Brad's gonna be gone and Abram's gonna be gone. So we're doing second Aurelian session
Whistler, I missed you.
for
I'm so
everybody
happy.
that's gonna be
Same
here.
characters.
Do it.
Same characters.
Same characters. Yep.
I can be as evil as I want, right?
You can what?
I can be as evil as I want, right?
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
kind of the
cool.
whole point.
That's kind of their whole point. Yeah.
I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast
How
everybody.
can you be more evil than sitting there skull fucking a Dragonborn's head?
That's
I will tell
normal.
you, that was the funniest situation ever. When it took his manhood.
Kind of glad you not went there because I'm like, oh god, this guy's gonna rape Benny. Like, okay, well. Anyway, yes, we will also be having a special guest next week, hopefully, if he remembers.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Nice. Gateway drug.
If he remembers.
I'm gonna kill him. What level are we gonna be?
Actually, yeah, you guys are gonna have to level those characters up because they're going to be level 8.
8.
Holy shit! I'm gonna get more dangerous.
I'm not even level 8.
Nope.
But I'm pretty sure we're gonna level 8.
Fast is it?
This is a 7 months after the previous events.
Okay. 7 months later. So how far from current time? Because I totally forgot how.
Is
It's like a year and some change?
Yeah, like a
A
year.
year and 5 months.
About a year and 8 months, I'd say. So maybe not even 7 months.
Are you still Denver the last dinosaur? Howie?
No, remember he got sealed.
Oh
No,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm some type of freak now.
What do you mean now?
Well, Whistler was never like just straight up a freak. Well, I guess he kind of was like the things.
Excuse
he
me?
enjoys.
I've read that character's backstory.
Yes, because I guess he kind of is. He's something. 2 more levels would be perfect. For him.
Oh shit! I don't know who they killed.
Have you already done the intro?
No.
Not yet. Wait on you, fool.
Sorry, I don't have a Ethernet cable in here, so I had to find a way to hook to the Wi-Fi. So if my internet is going to shit, that's why.
Hey, get better internet.
Oh,
Damn! Look who's talking!
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, as someone who has shit internet.
All right, let's get going, guys. Let's do some stuff. I got some exciting things planned.
What if I don't want to? What if we're already 10 minutes late and I want to wait 2 minutes so that we can be a good 10 minutes late? And here we go. Last time, after a wild evening of investigation and murder in the capital city of Bergana, our heroes awoke the next morning to figure out exactly what the fuck just happened. Jinx, nursing a massive hangover, found himself in bed with a small, unnamed gnome woman of extremely wealthy stature. The rest of the party awoke in Violet's family home for breakfast. Flint, feeling remorse for the lives he took, prayed to Yedea for forgiveness, and through Abram's spirit, the goddess of the Grand Mountain instructed him to atone for what he had done. Heading downstairs with nothing on but his shame, Flint informed the party of his intentions, and headed for the guards. He was stopped, however, by Tybalt, Brad, and Verna, concerned with the druid's willingness to turn himself in. The group tried to think of ways to improve their case with the council meeting looming overhead, and elected to travel to the local newspaper to try and get a special bulletin printed, highlighting Jinx's appearance at the affair. Along the way, they ran into Jinx, returning from his high-class tryst, and discovered a large crowd around the newspaper office. Further investigation, some brilliant theatrics, and some stone-cold sneaking revealed that what the commotion was about. There had been a murder. Abandoning their plan in favor of a large file of info Verna had found, the party started to make their way towards the High Council chambers within the gardens, and their showdown with a soon-to-be-revealed antagonist, Lady Ariana de Grey. Choosing to send forth only 2 of the Barcelian champions, and Darius, the 3 stated their case for the Bergotten military aid in Zento. The council was stalwart on their stance of not helping, despite a strong assault from Jinx and Brad. In the end, however, the Barcelian refugees were sent away, but Darius stayed behind. Revealing himself as the true surviving king of Barclay, Roland Darius Barclay V, he pleaded his family's ancient pact with Bergana, stating that they owe their country's alliance their support. Lady DeGrey was still not having it, however, and introduced the real reason for the council meeting that day. A Norellian trade delegation headed by General Suzan Zakura, General Ryokan Sayer, and the Emperor's paramour and fiancé, Robin. Brad ousted Darius' true identity to General Zakura, but before she could kill him on the spot, she was stopped by Lady DeGrey. Jinx questioned and confused General Sayer about his daughter, and the Four Faiths Council struck a deal with the Norellians to rearm their mercenary force. At the end of the session, Lady DeGrey invited the members of both delegations to a banquet that evening to discuss things further if they wished. Out in the lobby, Flint asked Councilwoman Belladra Opalstone about the dwarves in the area, and finally managed to get some kind of information on the whereabouts of his family. Jinx talked with his new bedfellow, the gnomish Councilwoman Wilma Farthing, about her workings with Lady DeGrey and any way that they might be able to combat her. Back at Violet's home, our heroes discuss their plans for the rest of the afternoon before the banquet. And grilled Darius about his newest revelation. Now, as they prepare to venture out into the city for the afternoon for provisions, the Iron Tempest braces themselves for what may be a very long evening. So, after all of you had sat around talking to Darius and Byron Sabata for a while about your plans as far as this afternoon, a few people said that they wanted to go find some things. A few people need to go get clothes for the evening. Anything in particular you guys want to do right now before you head out?
Are we heading out to what? The thing or shopping?
To go shop.
Shoes. I mean shoes.
Are we gonna have time to go to the magic store?
There's a few things that people have asked for that we're gonna roleplay that out. Basic provisions and things. I will say everybody managed to find 3 basic health potions. They're 15 gold apiece. So
Drop in a bucket.
yeah, 45 gold total for those 3 potions. A couple people also wanted some additional provisions, which I believe, Verna, you wanted to refill your ammo, which would have been another 5 copper. Flint, you were looking for... Let's see, an overcloak with a hood. You managed to find one at a local tailor, and that's going to run you about 2 silver. A overcloak that's large enough to cover up all of your clothing. And a set of nice clothing from a shop in the upper district, a very, very nice clothier. All of you can get nice clothes for about 1 gold.
So what's the total gold and price tag for me?
For you, 46 gold and 5 copper. Excuse me.
Okay.
So we're going out shopping, and then we're coming back to the house before we go to the
Yes.
actual party.
To get ready for anyone who wants to go to the actual banquet.
Okay.
So how much exactly of the things I requested did I get?
We'll get that to a moment. Get to that in a moment.
Yeah, I want to know too.
So let's see. Flint, you were also looking for fishing tackle, 3 bells, and a miner's pick. Surprisingly, yes, there is a child-sized mining pick available to dwarves.
Hey, Flint, I'll sell you my fishing tackle if you
I'm a
want.
dwarf, not a speller.
No, you're able to find actually fishing tackle, bells, and the mining pick. There is a small general store that's in the slums that you were actually able to find all these things. Fishing tackle is not the greatest condition, and the miner's pick is standard issue. But they also have the bells as provisions. All that together will cost you probably 2 silver.
Ugh.
So for you, your
All right,
price
sounds good.
tag will come out to 46 and 8 silver, I believe.
You said 5 copper for me or 5 silver?
5 copper to refill your
Okay.
ammo. And you already have a suit of nice clothes, so.
I know. Yeah.
Let's see, who else am I looking for here? Bread did not give me anything. Wait, no, just potions. Yeah, so 46 for you then, for the clothes and the potions. Let's see here. Jinx, the stuff you requested, we might need to roleplay that.
Okay. I figured we would.
Wait, what about the stuff I requested too?
What else did you
It appears
request?
I'm not the only one with the off the wall stuff.
A dragon.
Oh yeah. Oh, your pet. Okay, yeah, we got to roleplay that too. And then Violet has some stuff as well. Let me find some town music real quick.
I hope I can get this pet.
Even the bag.
No, not that.
Howdy, why are you at 162% on Discord? No.
Oh, I was being really quiet the other day.
Oh, that's right. God, you were loud.
So before we leave the house to do our shopping, I'm going to change my appearance.
Okay.
Want to make a quick dollar? Huh?
What?
You should totally go to the wanted poster, see who's the highest wanted person, and then we can turn you in real quick.
We will do that later. We got more pressing matters to worry about having to break me out of jail before dinner.
God, what a broken system that would be.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the appearance of... The Norellians are mostly humans, right?
Mostly,
That's
yes.
what we said?
Yeah.
Most common race?
Most common race.
I am going to turn into a human,
Okay.
looking as close to that commander I had previously been turning into.
The researcher that you had found before? Or the commander
No,
that you had met in the tent?
The commander in the tent.
Okay.
I am going to alter him slightly.
All right.
To look a little different, because I don't want him to look exactly the same, because who knows where hell he's been.
Right.
And then I'm going to make my outfit appear as though it looks like more like something an Aurelian would wear. Not military or anything, just typical Norellian wear.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find good. I think this is good. I think this is the saxophone.
That's him saying that he didn't hear any of that at all.
No, I heard. Trust me, I've got something. I've got something here. I think this is the saxophone that's going crazy.
What? Saxophone?
Yeah. It's perfect. Yeah, this is my Brigada music. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so Jinx, you take on this form. And the civilian clothes you wear, they don't really have like the traditional Norellian colors. However, you do like put a little bit of that gold and purple flair on it. In your travels, though, you have seen Norellian officers in their off time, and you do recall that a lot of their civilian clothing is very light, because the actual country of Norel is actually in the middle of a desert, and right. They wear a lot of very light cotton tunics and just not heavy like slacks and things like that, sandals. Little more dressed down than you'd expect them to be wearing, actually.
Okay.
And then, of course, you take on the form of this man. How'd you say that you were altering his appearance again? Just
Gonna change the hairstyle and probably give him a little facial hair.
the form that you have actually has some stubble going on already, so if you want to grow that out or not.
Yeah, I grow it out slightly.
Okay. So you change up the hair a little bit, grow out the. God, Brad. But yeah, you change the facial hair a little bit, and let's see. So, Jinx has taken on this form. The rest of you have gone out to do your individual shopping things. How are you going? Are you going to stay together? Are you? What's your plans on as far as shopping goes? Obviously, a lot of the stuff that you found at the general store, you guys would have been together for that.
I think we should all stay together so we can try to hustle as a team.
Okay.
That's just.
I don't know what they're looking for, but yeah. As long as we end up in the area I need to be in for what I need.
Okay.
I'm just looking for clothes.
Yeah, and you get your clothes, Brad.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of those kind of general things. And I will let you guys describe what you're wearing for that evening later. But,
You're gonna have to describe my clothes because I can't see them.
good point.
I'll tell him what he's wearing.
Note to all GMs out there, never let your PC roll a blind character. Anyway, so yeah, I need. Actually,
But wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to troll him? We could dress him whatever we want.
Yes, it would.
he
That's
wouldn't
exactly
be wearing
what I
anything.
We could be the invisible.
They told
The
me these were
king of the
clothes,
invisible
for clothes of the finest silks. All right, let's see.
Jinx picked out all his clothes.
First up is Verna. We're going to the pet shop first.
Hey!
So that shop that you saw that was between the gardens and the spokes, that place has intrigued you since you guys have gotten here. I know, and as you walk up to it, you smell like wood chippings and a faint smell of feces. You know how you kind of get whenever you walk up to a pet store, but it still oddly smells clean.
I don't know what pet store
What pet
you
stores
go
you
to,
been?
but yeah.
Any pet store smells like feces. Any of them. Because
Okay.
animals use the bathroom in their cages constantly.
Exactly. That's the point. Anyway, so as you walk up to this store, you do get hit in the face with this smell. And the sign over the top says Magical Menagerie.
All right, let's go in.
Okay.
See what this bad boy has.
You push the door open, and inside you see little bell dingles over the door. Inside you see a rather large room that's filled with what looks like cages and like glass tanks. You see some like bags of what looks like food and things over on the sides. And on a stool tending to what looks like an aquarium with a snake in it, there is a small halfling man.
Hi there, sir. How are you?
Oh, good afternoon.
Are these all the lovely pets you have here?
Yes, welcome to the Magical Menagerie. Is there anything in particular I can look for you?
I'm looking for a pet. Warren? Warren? I can't pronounce.
The Wyvern?
Brad. Yes.
I don't think we're zoned for those. Those are quite big.
He's looking
Are
for
they?
a pseudo dragon.
My little friend is kind of dumb.
Oh,
Yes, that's it.
pseudo dragon. Of course, of course. You're looking for just a small dragon, then.
Yes.
Is there any particular color you're looking for?
What colors you got?
Let me see. He pulls out a small inventory. Let's see. I actually have quite a few in stock right now. It looks like I have 3 blue ones, 1 red, a couple of green. I actually have a metallic one, a silver one. Very rare. But that's going to be a little bit more expensive, however. And I have 1 black one.
Hey, Tibble, what colors should I get?
What do you want? You like poisons, right? Black ones
Yes.
are poisonous.
How much for your black one?
Black one. They're very mean-tempered, very hard to train, and I would suggest training these things. Have you ever owned a pseudo-dragon before?
Does this blind one count?
That's a dragonborn. That's not the same thing.
Then no.
They are very difficult creatures to train on their own, and if you don't train them, they can be quite a bit of a handful. A black one may be a little bit out of your league if you've never handled one before.
Can my dragonborn friend help me train?
Probably. Sir, you are inclined to speak Draconic, yes?
Me? No.
I was talking to the gold one there.
Shakes is gonna wave his hand over his
I
eyes.
say yes. Say yes in Draconic.
Yes, excellent. You should be able to talk to this creature, no problem.
That's a comic moment.
Alright, how much is it?
Let's see. The black one is going to run you probably about 800 gold.
800 gold?
Yeah, did you think a dragon was gonna be cheap?
Yeah.
What's your cheapest one?
Cheapest one's probably going to be the green one. And that one's going to run you about 500.
Good grief.
What's
Are
a
they
silver
great?
one do?
Silver one. They're very friendly creatures. They love to play with other people around them. They like to, actually, if they get to a certain age, sometimes they can learn a few words if you teach them. They're also good for preserving things. They have a magical ice breath, as you see.
How much does that cost?
Unfortunately, the silver one is going to be quite a bit more expensive. I'm looking for 1,200 gold for that one.
How about a buy one, get one deal?
I don't think I can do that. I can't
Sure,
just,
you can.
I can't just give these things out for free, unfortunately. As I said, you have to be able to train them to begin with.
How about you sell us 2 at half price each?
Yeah, since we have to train them,
That's
and
the-
you're not giving us a proper training.
That's the exact same thing, and I'm expecting you to train them on your own.
That's what I'm saying. If I got to train it on my own, I should get a decent discount.
Unfortunately, no, it doesn't work like that. If you can't handle them, then that's on you.
Honestly, it seems like you have a lot of pseudo dragons, so
Yeah,
maybe you should
put a
get
big
rid
stock.
of a few pseudo dragons.
For
Yeah,
real?
Any of these
I'm trying to
dragons
help
like
you out.
Tybalt,
are
roll persuasion.
any of these dragons visible or out in the shop?
There is a red one and a blue one that seem to be on a perch.
What else is in the shop?
Let's resolve this first.
Yeah, obviously.
You're not wrong. I do have quite a few. I tell you what, I could probably give you a discount on one of the blue ones, since I do have so many of them.
What would they cost, and what are you going to give them to us for?
Ordinary, the blue one costs about 600. I might be able to give it to you for 350.
What about just split the difference totally? 300 even.
I
Quick question: is everybody getting a dragon?
I really can't go much lower than that.
I know the margins on these.
Sure.
300, you're still making a fair bit of coin.
Deception?
Can I help him?
Doesn't matter. He still beat him.
Nice.
If I rolled a perception, could I tell where these ones out in the shop are?
Can you smell individual colors? I think we determined that you can't do that.
I want to play with one.
You don't know what color is.
Or you can.
I mean, they probably make noise.
Is the only thing they have here is dragons, or do they have other animals?
They have other animals.
That's what I was asking earlier.
We'll finish the dragons first, real quick.
Okay.
We gotta get the dragon squared away. Yeah. Trying to get him a good deal on this dragon, or two, and then I'll still win myself.
I suppose I could do 300. You're not wrong. All right, fine, 300 for it.
Burn, you're not gonna get a better deal than that. And besides, a black one's like carrying around a venomous snake with you. It's bound to bite one of us.
I mean,
So, anything special about that blue?
I mean, pseudo dragons are unfortunately just they're not mindless, but they're not as intelligent as their older cousins. That's why a lot of people prefer them as pets. But
what was the aspect of the blue one again? I'm sorry.
nature.
Their specialty?
Roll nature.
Can I just say I'm pretty sure it's lightning or thunder?
Let's see if Robert figures it out first.
No.
Their power is blue.
Their power is blue. I like blue.
Black and blue.
So it must be a water-based Pokemon. Okay. I'll give you the 300 for this blue one.
All right, sounds good to me. Do you have a dragon training license?
Yes, Brad carries it for me.
We have a big gold dragon.
Well, yes, but no one has to train him.
Make it clear, I'm not a pet to anybody.
But he does carry my license.
I don't care who has the license so long as you have one.
Yes.
I need to have proof from the Draconic Protection League just to make sure that I'm giving this to the right people.
Yeah, we got it from that dude. What was that dude's name?
Giles Hornblower.
Yeah, you know that guy?
Hornblower. No, I haven't heard the name.
What's the other guy's name?
Duckdoor?
Yeah, Duckdoor.
Tiberius. Yes. I see no problem. Just show me your paperwork, and I can have this ready for you.
I flash him a piece of paper and go, here he is, and put it.
That was a blank piece of paper.
Oh, hold on. Let me go through my the random paper I have in here.
Is this guy German? Is that why he's
Can
asking for
I
papers?
minor illusion a certificate?
One of you's in the DPL. Just show him your family seal. Sorry.
Do I have that on me?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Oh my god, you guys are making this overly complicated.
Paperwork.
Okay, Brad, you pull out your family seal.
I do remember the seal though, but I don't remember the paper.
Yes, you pull out your seal and you stamp some wax down, or stamp it down on some wax, and he's instantly recognizes it because nobody would have that other than members of the DPL. So, yes, excellent. Okay, this will work fine. Enjoy your new pet.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe we'll cut your other arm off.
Now, just some beginner's spice. You have to fry them twice a day. They usually only eat raw meat, but they prefer to cook it themselves. Also, you might want to start wearing rubber gloves.
Oh, why with the rubber glove?
The electricity.
I thought this was a war Pokemon.
No, it's electric. Whatever would make you think that it was
Boogie
water?
boogie woogie.
Whatever would make you think it's
Because it's
aquatic?
blue.
Well, oh my. He kind of like
If
shakes
it
his
was,
head.
if it was electric, it should have been golden.
Are you really that dumb?
I think he is. Or she is.
Very.
For comprehension, isn't Brad's character gold?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Isn't he electric? I'm joking. I'm joking.
Rage is a draconic.
All right. Do you have rubber gloves to come with it then? Since
no,
I gave you 300 for it.
You'll have to get those on your own. Unfortunately, we don't carry those here. If you're looking for any other pets, we have giant frogs and snakes. Let's see, a new type of rat we've been breeding called a kobold rat.
That sounds disgusting.
You can't
Sure,
even
it has
shoot.
feelings.
Let's see here. We have baby ghost spiders. Let's see. I have this rock that was sold to me. Someone told me it was a baby Galabdur, but I'm not quite sure about that. It hasn't moved since I've got it.
How long have you had
Sounds
this
like
thing?
you got a rock friend.
Who knows with elementals? Sometimes they stay dormant for years.
Is there any way to tell if that's actually elemental?
Yeah, I throw detect magic up. Is it magical?
It is not magical.
Who did you say sold you this rock?
Some trader coming through town. I don't remember exactly. I think he was a cat person.
Okay. I mean, it's got to be legit.
I knew a guy who sold rocks once. He was funny.
But anyway. So anything that's actually cute, like a cat maybe? Like, normal people pets?
Oh, we do have cats.
Is there a baby bear?
No, that's weird. Why would we have a bear? Those are highly dangerous.
Do you know who you're
Oh,
talking
you have no idea.
As a pseudo dragon burps up fire behind him.
I love that. That would be perfect.
Huh.
You're too dangerous, dragon.
Oh man, I gotta name it.
Okay, where are the cats?
Right over here. He points you to a cage, and there's 3 little kittens in it.
Okay, what do they look like?
There are 2 tabby cats, and there is one, kind of like just orange striped cat there.
How much are the cats?
Let's see. These guys aren't really very highly bred. Probably give you one for 7 silver.
Hey, is that dragon food?
Yes, it is.
I'll take 3.
All right.
You
3.
feed the cats to the dragons?
No, we don't feed the cats to the dragons. That's horrible.
That's what I'm saying. What's wrong
I
with these
mean,
people?
you just said yeah, but
I thought you were pointing to those. He points to a bag of food in the corner.
Do you do shipping?
Like, ship the cat somewhere?
Deliver it somewhere for me.
I don't. I've never had that request before.
Can you do it?
Merchant.exe has stopped working.
Crash the merchant.
I s-
Come on, the buy cat and have it delivered home.
If you break his brain, we might can just take everything.
I suppose if you wanted to pay the shipping costs, I could get a courier.
How much to have all three of them shipped down to Zento?
To Zento. Road's a little dangerous at the moment with all the trolls and the giants.
Just make sure he's sneaky.
Probably an extra
Sneaky.
extra 7 copper on top of that.
Okay, I would like to buy all three of them and have them shipped back to, and I'm gonna give them the address to the Lusty Barmaid.
Insurance.
Excellent.
And insurance. Do you have insurance? That's a fantastic idea, blind man.
Cat insurance?
Well, product insurance. If it doesn't make it to where it's supposed to go, I wouldn't want the money back.
I mean, I would talk to the carrier about that.
I'm talking to you. I mean, like, you can put insurance on with them, and we're all good, right? You're the one shipping it.
I'm not the courier, though. I don't know how much they charge for insurance. I've
We'll
never done
figure it
this
out.
before.
Oh my goodness!
You're literally the first person to ever ask me to ship cats.
I want more than 3 too. Like, when you get some more cats, I need you to contact me.
He's gonna inside you. $17.
I want more cats.
What are you doing with all these cats?
I have a plan.
A problem.
The DM is confused.
That's exactly it.
Roll deception.
Well, I do have a plan.
Holy shit.
Charisma characters.
Damn it. I don't know what you're doing with all these cats, but I'll look into the shipping. It probably can't be more than the insurance. I'm sure it can't be more than another couple more copper.
Okay. Do you know anybody that can train cats?
What?
Sir, I'm going to ask you to kindly get out of my store.
Okay, I'm gonna give him the money for the cats and leave.
I'm absolutely befuddled at whatever you're planning here. Just know Violet is giving you a blank stare right now.
I just bought some cute kitties.
Do you have any smaller creatures?
Like I said, I have the frogs, a couple of the ghost spiders.
Something that
Oh man, I knew I forgot something. I want a spider.
Go ahead, Brad.
Too bad.
stuff that can just like fit in my pocket.
I do have a couple of mice.
Do you have any squirrels?
Squirrels are cool.
Stop it.
You know what's not cool? Not having baby bears. That's what's not cool.
Hell.
No squirrels, but I do have a possum.
Do you have a koala?
A what?
A koala?
The hell is that?
No.
It's a marsupial. That's to stick my head in through the door.
Out!
I'm kind of looking for a squirrel. If you get one, just I'm with the guy that you run out of here. Just send a message.
Sir, in all good seriousness, I'm worried about having a squirrel around his 8,000 cats.
I can take care of my squirrel.
All right. Mr. Dwarf, sir, the rock is... I honestly don't know what it is. If it is a Galabdur, then it would be a very interesting pet, but... I said I guess I could give it for 1 silver. Alright, he gives you the rock.
It's definitely a rock.
It's very smooth.
How smooth?
Smoother than you would think a rock should be. And it's about the size of your fist.
And you said it was a what?
He said it is supposed to be a galabdur.
Okay.
Stone. Fist.
Does anybody know how to talk to one of those? What does a rock even speak? If it is not a rock.
You remember Pirates of the Caribbean when Johnny was in Davy Jones' locker and the rock started walking around?
The rock
actual
crabs?
Crabs. Yep. You have a crab.
Those are cool, but no. If you want, you can roll a nature check to try and figure out what a galabdur is.
No, I'm good. More of a question to the guy that just bought a rock.
Are we done here? Does anyone else need a pet?
That rock is in good hands.
Some kind of rock, who knows?
Probably just a regular rock anyway.
I still got it out cheaper than all of y'all.
I didn't spend much, but I did
didn't
spend
spend
more
any
than a
money.
couple silver.
You bought an
I didn't
assload of
spend that
peanuts.
much.
Well, I bought 3 so far. He's got to get the rest of them.
Verna, how are you going to carry all these things?
I would have bought something if he had a baby bear.
I only bought a baby dragon.
Do you buy pets?
Do I buy them?
Yeah.
Well, if they're reasonably sourced, but I'm not just going to buy a pet coming off the street.
How much did you pay for an imp?
An imp? Wait, Tibble, what the fuck, man?
Let's go. Don't eat the pseudo dragon, or the cats, or the squirrel.
I mean, I
I
don't
don't have a squirrel yet.
usually eat animals, man. That's. What do you think me as? I mean, I'm evil or was? I don't actually know where I stand anymore.
Can I insight him?
It's very confusing, I know.
I want to make sure he's not.
Yeah, it's your insight, Binks, because he's actually saying this out loud.
Wait, you said I can?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Wow.
I want you to know that this is a 1 on the actual dice.
If it was, it would have.
Hey, I see 3
There's
dice.
also 3
thrown
dice,
on the
right?
I only have. Oh yeah, if it landed behind one of the names.
Look,
So yeah, 3.
Verna, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, Binks kind of like flies down to you and just kind of like sits on your shoulder. Look, you're used to doing like, things that aren't good, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, don't play me like that. Look, I don't know what I am anymore, man.
I'm very innocent.
I mean, did he have to go to her shoulder to yell that?
He rolled a nat 1, so yes. He kind of like flies up in front of you, Verna, and like grabs the collar of your cape. Tell me what I should do.
You should make me money.
You need to get your shit together, Big.
I'm not talking to you right now. You just tried to tell me to a pet store.
It was a joke.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, you shouldn't be talking to that one. That's for damn sure.
Jake's
I'm the-
DM's having a midlife crisis.
Yeah, I don't know. She seems like she's got everything together. I mean, she's doing pretty well for having one arm.
Let me tell you. No, just no.
Ah!
You wanna piss Foxy off?
I mean,
Hey,
You want me to go tell her? Because I'll tell on you.
you want me to tell her what you did last night?
oh,
It's all
do
nothing.
tell.
Can you guys be nice to each other?
Kill your little squirrel. I mean, not squirrel.
Did we leave the shop? Are we still in here?
You guys left
I'm
the
standing
shop.
outside. Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering if the shopkeeper was hearing all this.
He's like freaking out. Like, what the hell? So, where are we headed next? Roll your dice.
Let's find out. Next up,
Do I have like the
is-
dragon
Yes, you do.
on like our collar or something?
It is actually. It has a little spike collar around its neck, and it's currently
Yes.
sitting on your shoulder, the one that's still attached anyway. And let me see what it does real
Oh,
quick.
he didn't even get to keep the shoulder. I thought he just lost the arm.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Interesting.
As it electrocutes you.
Verna, roll an animal handling check real quick with advantage.
Okay. Okay, Pikachu.
I'd just like to point out you have an electric dragon, and when you get your new arm, it's going to be metallic.
Don't worry, Verna. Just get the shit. He rolls out first.
7.
Yeah.
But it's all downhill from here.
Yep.
As this dragon's kind of perched on your shoulder, it kind of and it like kind of rubs its face against yours, and you're just kind of like no, but it seems to like you.
Oh, okay. Do I have like jerky in my pocket or something?
I want to talk to it.
You should have some rations.
Who's closest to me right now?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I know Jenks came out ahead of you guys, but I think you all just kind of came out together. So, and Brad, yes, you can try and talk to it if you want.
I'm going to ask it if it's hungry.
Kind of opens its mouth a little.
Verna, feed the dragon. It's hungry.
Shit, I didn't grab meat. Do I have meat on me or something or no?
You should have some jerky that Berg had given you.
I'll
I'll
give
lean
it to him.
I'll lean over to Tibble. This works. Watch this if this works.
I hope it bites you, because you stink.
It actually seems too entranced by the jerky it's just been given by its favorite person.
It's already imprinted in a matter of like 2 minutes.
It rolled an @20 for that. So yeah, it likes Verna a lot.
Imprinted. Are we playing Ark?
I mean, animals do that.
It's not just an arc turn.
I know, but like that's the first thing that came to mind. I remember the first time doing that. That was miserable. That was like 26
This
hours.
time imprinting a giga. That was an
That
experience.
is not fun either.
Hard pass.
Anyway, so what else would you guys like to do on your way to your next destination?
I'm gonna think about my cats.
Thinking about your cats. You now have 4.
I feel like
What
I'm
do
not
you-
old enough
what-
to understand what you're about to
what do
do
you
with those cats.
That's
It's just gonna train them in a circus. That's what he's gonna do.
they're gonna be used for something. Don't worry.
All right. So you guys are on your way to your next destination, which is the Enchanter.
Oh?
Yep. There is a shop in the Spokes. As you guys are walking past all of these large stalls that are out in the middle of the trading area, you see several traders. Some people are selling food, different fruits and things that seem unusual. There are there's like an outdoor butcher's shop that a guy's cutting up meat. You see several traders that are selling what looks to be like mundane jewelry and things like that. There's a few people selling clothing. Just anything you want to find is in this area. But Violet, you do remember your father telling you about an enchanter within the center area of the Spokes. That's actually right next door to the Broken Spoke. That specializes in augmenting weapons.
Okay.
And,
So I will lead the group there.
While we're passing by, can I like look through all, like take a gander through all the random jewelry, see if there's anything magical that would like catch my eye?
Within this area, there aren't really any magical traders.
Yeah, I was hoping for something that somebody didn't know was magical.
Yeah, these random street traders are actually, if you remember, are not allowed to sell magic items. They all have to go through Ormir's Eye, which are then sent out to the enchanters and other magic shops throughout the city.
Yeah.
However, within the enchanter shop, there's actually no name on this shop. There's just a large star that's on the sign.
Do I ever recall my father saying that they had any sort of relationship to this spot of business, or just that this was?
He has handled some of their accounts before, and he actually knows the enchanter that works here.
Okay.
Quite well. He's helped her. He kind of helped her set up shop whenever she first came into town, and he has also handled the accounts as far as like bringing the magic items into her shop. Obviously, he can't handle the actual appraisal and the, importing part to it, but he is actually able to handle the distribution. So, basically, yeah, he knows her. So, as you enter the shop, there is this heavy smell of incense in the air. It's very low light, and there seems to be this purple haze that's kind of hanging over the ceiling. There's these large violet tapestries that are hanging down to the floor. On the shelves, you see various jars full of like eyeballs and maybe mummified hands and things, various roots, herbs, stuff like that. In the back,
Tapestries are made out of me?
Yes, the tapestries are made out of you. No, they're purple. Though you did think that when you were a child, when your father first told you, and he thought that was extremely cute. In the back of the room, there is what appears to be a large cauldron. There is a fire burning underneath it, and a chimney that is over it. That's kind of guiding the smoke from the room out, but you can assume that this is why the room is so smoky to begin with. As your heads are kind of overpowered by that powerful scent of incense. And in the back, there appears to be an elf woman that is working the cauldron.
Righty. I guess I'm gonna walk up and... Hello!
Oh, good afternoon. Lady Violet.
That's me.
Ah, it's wonderful to see you again. It's been some time.
Yeah, I've been busy with work.
They've been sending you around the world again.
Yeah, they were. Some things have come up.
It's good to have
These guys have been keeping me busy.
They look like a very strong lot. It brings you back into town.
Something.
Is there anything I can do for you today?
I am looking for two things, because I don't think this is the place to take care of what I want to do with my weapon, right?
It is actually.
Is it? Okay. So I can do a full sweep here. I'm looking for a couple things. One of which I was looking to see if there's anything I can do for my axe. And I'll kind of lay it out on the table. Recently, we've gotten into a couple scuffles, and it's a good weapon, but it doesn't really hold up very well.
Interesting. This is a silvered weapon.
Was that a question, or was that a statement she was making?
No, it's a statement.
Okay.
This is a silvered weapon. I've seen a couple of axes like these, actually. I believe, they're favored by the Susanaya, werebears out around the outskirts of the city.
It was a gift to me by my parents. So it sounds pretty fitting.
very beautiful silver inlay. I'm not sure who actually did this portion of the work, but it's very magnificent. And you say it's not holding up properly.
Well, I mean, I was hitting some things that really you wouldn't use a weapon like this for, so I was just kind of hoping to reinforce it.
Yes, the blade
Maybe even sharpen the blade a little bit.
The blade does appear to be a little notched. I am myself not a blacksmith nor a goldsmith. However, through the power of enchantment, I can sharpen the blade for you, make it a little bit more effective. Or if there's any other effects you would desire to place upon it.
Not any I can think of off the top of my head. I'm always so afraid of breaking it, you know? I really had to go hit some stuff pretty hard with it.
Understandable. I might be able to place a durability enchantment on it. It would be quite costly, though, especially for a weapon of this type.
What are you thinking?
For that, it would probably cost you about 800 gold. Sharpness would only run you about 200.
Let's focus on the sharpness for now. Is there, considering the relationship between, you and Papa, is there anything that you can do for me just a little bit? I'll kind of give her that, like, girlish, cute smile.
Roll.
Don't do persuasion, please.
Actually,
It's gonna suck.
It's kind of persuasion, but roll charisma.
Oh, that's even worse. Let me roll persuasion. Oh, here it goes. Oof. My charisma's terrible.
She comes out from around the cauldron, and she kind of places her hand on your face. And this woman is very tall, very beautiful actually. She has long blonde hair flowing down her back, and she's wearing these like very deep blue robes with these stars all over it. And she kind of places her hand on your face.
Violet, you're sweet, and I appreciate what your father did for me when I arrived here from Gnarlwood, but I really can't. You know, I'm trying to run an honorable business here, and things are tight as is.
Yeah, it was always worth a shot. I'll hand her the gold.
Why are things so tight?
Thorin Astralforge has been a little tight-lipped on the materials coming in out of the city lately. It's harder to get the things I need to do my enchantments with.
Okay.
Damn, having a noble with low charisma.
So yeah, you pay her the 200 gold.
I'll need to hold your axe for a couple of days, if that's alright.
How long do you need it?
Probably about a day and a half. Give me the rest of this afternoon, you can probably pick it up tomorrow evening.
Sounds good to me.
Wonderful.
Something else that I'm kind of looking for is actually, I'm not even sure how to describe it. I'm not sure how to describe that item, Garson. The ring. I don't know how to describe a ring like that in this world.
You're looking for jewelry of some kind?
I am.
See, you recently had your ears pierced.
I have, actually. Not necessarily by choice, but, it happened. Oh, she's making those noises at me? I don't know how I feel.
No, those were DM noises.
Oh.
She's a demon?
Yes, she's a demon. Roll initiative.
I just choked on my crackers. Thanks.
Your dragon's like eating your hair right now.
I'm
Feed
playing
me
with her
more
neck.
turkey.
Yeah, so she kind of looks at you.
You're looking for jewelry of some kind. I think I might have just the thing.
She glides over to the counter, and she reaches back behind it, and she pulls out a box, and opens it up in front of you, and you see a beautiful pair of silver inlaid earrings.
Ooh. I'm gonna feel bad since my dad just got me earrings. What are these earrings? Kinda new to the earring market.
Roll Arcana.
What are you talking about? It's a 19.
Looks like a 2 to me, friend.
Looks like a 2. It must have rolled over.
It did. It literally says 19 on the screen. The game's broken. I'll send you a screenshot. It flipped it over.
Too bad.
Bogus.
This is 2.
Bogus.
Nat 1 volt.
Something feels weird about these earrings. Like, you don't know what it is, but you don't feel good about them.
Feel good about them.
You don't feel good about them at all.
Ooh, do they talk to him?
Put it in your ears. Do it. Put us in your ears. Put us in your ears.
Is it normal for them to talk to you?
Roll a perception check.
Can I take a look to see what they are?
Like, can I roll Arcana on them?
Wow, it actually gave me the 18.
It's actually Banks whispering in your ear. Put them in your ears! Put them in your ears!
I'm just gonna catch him out of the air.
And yes, Tibble, you can roll Arcana, or you have your Detect Magic you can use also.
Yeah, I'll just take a look. What are they? Like,
They have heavy abjuration magic on them.
Can I roll to see if I recognize them somehow?
Yes, actually.
I love how you give descriptions, whatever the magic is. I don't know what any of them are. I don't know any of the schools of magic in D&D.
Would you like me to tell you what those are?
Based on what kind of magic you're feeling around this thing, it feels like just staring at these things, your mind feels more clear.
Would y'all like me to help y'all out?
Yes, please.
But does the shop lady not even know what they are? I originally asked, was like, well, what are they?
She said they were earrings.
She never answered.
She said they were earrings. You didn't ask what they did.
Okay. What do the earrings do?
Somebody was casting Identify?
Well,
Or
I was
are you
gonna let
asking
him
first?
ask. He's asking
Okay.
first.
Apparently you put them in your ears and your mind feels clearer.
Okay, I'm gonna ritual cast Identify on them.
So you're not even 100% sure. Is this something that just came in, or?
No, I mean, I'm 100% sure. You put them in your ears and your mind feels more clear.
Okay.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
So we're gonna be here a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Well, for
Oh, that's fine, because I got one other thing I've been wanting to get.
Okay.
But that's if I can afford anything.
And anybody who wants to, they can look around the rest of the shop, see if they find anything.
Is there
How
any
much
like
would those
teddy
earrings
bears?
be?
There are no teddy bears.
Damn it.
Can she enchant armor?
Yes, I can actually.
Can you enchant already magical items?
Unfortunately, no.
Erna, you might want to ask about maybe a translator for your pet.
Do you have translators?
Well, not
Item?
a translator, something that.
Yeah, like a cuff or something I can put on that can translate Draconic for me.
I didn't actually know something like that existed.
Well, this shop sucks.
Oh man.
How long would
Okay.
it take to enchant a armor?
It depends on what kind of armor and what the enchantment is that you want.
What are my different options of enchantments?
She can enchant it where it doesn't break. She can put different elemental enchantments on it where you have resistance to certain elemental types. She can up the armor class on it.
How much to up the armor class on it?
It's probably going to be about 400 gold to do that.
And that is what, +1, +2, +3, plus whatever?
That's for +1.
Okay.
Okay, has a minute gone by yet?
It's 10 minutes to ritual.
It's 1 minute according to the internet on freaking Identify.
Ooh, get destroyed by the internet.
Unless you're straight casting, but are you ritual casting it?
Yeah, I'm ritual casting 10 minutes. That's
10
right.
minutes.
This 10 minutes pass by because nobody's doing anything.
Flint's inquiring about his armor.
He's not going to pay 400 for one when he can buy a new set of armor that does better for cheaper.
Well, I was just inquiring because the armor I want to enchant back home, so.
Bam.
Well, while he's doing that, let me ask about the last thing that I wanted. And I want a bag that keeps food fresh. Papa makes some pretty good food.
Bag that keeps food fresh.
Yep.
I had an.
I like to dub it the bag of refrigeration.
You know, I actually had an experimental enchantment I was wanting to work with. However, I would need a bag of holding.
Do you have a bag of holding?
Don't do it.
I don't have one myself, no.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't have a bag of holding.
I'm sorry,
Damn
what
it.
was that?
She needs a bag of holding to do this experiment of hers.
I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of casting. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Are there any like little mouses running around that I can train my dragon to go attack or stuff?
There are lots of mice running through this place because the jars of reagents and things are just left wide open. You see a couple of them.
You are going to turn your dragon loose inside someone's shop?
I'm bored.
Other magic.
I sat there while you bought a dragon.
Do you have any rings?
What kind of ring in particular are you looking for?
Maybe something that helps with the armor class? I don't know.
I do have a ring of protection.
Ooh. How much is that?
That's probably going to run you about 250 gold.
I'm gonna run 1,400 gold.
How much?
250.
250.
All right, about this time, Jinx, you finish your casting.
Okay. What do I now know?
They are earrings of psychic protection.
Your earrings of psychic protection. Which do what?
They give
Magic
you
can't be feared.
They give you resistance to psychic damage.
That's what I figured. Oh, Violet. They're pretty good. They help you resist the psychics and the mind damage.
Did she ever give a price for him?
Nope.
How much would something like that go?
These are probably going to run about 300.
Jinx, you seem to know a bit about them. That sound good? 300 for those?
Well, the rings usually run about 250, but since they're earrings and come in a pair, there's a little bit of a premium on them.
Yeah, but then they do half as much work, because there's two of them, so a little less powerful each. If she loses one, like that's twice as much to lose. So I think it, you can come off a little bit, can't you?
Well, think about it this way. Half effective for losing one ear is a lot better than being non-effective for losing a finger. She smiles at you.
Damn!
Why don't I get to roll persuasion? You are intentionally not letting me roll my highest skill. This is BS. You're nerfing me on purpose.
I'm just loving listening to your explanation of it.
Why don't I get to persuade?
It's almost like elves are immune to charm or something. No, you roll your persuasion.
They are not immune to charm.
Yeah, you're damn right they're not.
Yeah, I figured that one out other session. Or sorry, before I was raped.
What?
Immune to magical sleep.
Yep, let's not get into that. Anyway, roll your
that's
persuasion,
Oh,
bard.
I clicked the wrong
Oh
thing.
my, that's a bad performance.
Yeah, that was a terrible performance.
Well, it's a good thing you clicked that instead.
Ooh.
Still wasn't a good roll for me. That means I rolled a 6.
I suppose I could take the premium off, if it's really that important to you.
I think it is, and I'm gonna pet Violet on the head. I think she needs something nice.
I'll take it. And you said it was 250?
Yes, 250.
Okay. I had to convert my platinum coins. You suck.
You have platinum coins?
Do you know who I am?
You better. Do you know who I am?
It's 10.
You
It's
about
10.
to lose your platinum coins.
That's fine. I know which one of the group would take.
No, you don't.
I do.
A
I've watched
loser.
you steal from this group already.
I haven't stolen from this group.
Deception.
Yes, you have, and we all know this.
What do you need to
It's still
deceive? I was
deception.
there.
She was there. Deception doesn't matter. She
can't-
already knows. You can't deceive previously known information.
It was from the shopkeeper.
Especially when it was. Oh.
She seems trustworthy to me.
You should let her carry your gold to the bank for you.
Quick question. Are we coming back to this town?
I guarantee it.
Okay.
And if I somehow find my hands on a bag of holding, I will be back. Interested in that experiment of yours.
Wonderful.
What experiment?
Be very,
Now that I'm not casting things.
very interested to try it myself. I have a special frost enchantment that I wanted to try on a magical bag to see if you would be able to keep the contents inside of it cool.
How long would that take to do that?
It'd probably take me a week for the enchantment itself, but I would still need the bag itself.
Oh, well, maybe we'll do that another time. But I might have a bag of holding, but I can't part with it for that long.
Well, and also if you were to find me a sizable sapphire, I would say probably about 500 gold worth, I might be able to actually do the experiment for free for you.
Oh.
Oh, but for 500 gold, huh? That sounds like a good deal to me.
Well, we'll revisit that later. when we have some more time.
We'll keep it in mind, though.
How much time do we have before the party?
You guys probably have about an hour left before sundown starts, so
we should probably get going to places.
We still have to go to the tailor? Just saying, we'll do that.
you guys have gotten your stuff from the tailors already, but there is one more stop that needs to be made.
Yes, there is.
And Jinx actually... She has your scroll.
She has it?
Mm-hmm.
Do I notice it?
Let me see what magic school it is real quick.
Or do I notice she has scrolls? Because I didn't realize she had the stock. I thought she just enchanted stuff.
Hang on. You guys do notice that she has scrolls, magical items, magical reagents, and she does the enchantments. Enchanting obviously is the main focus of this story. However, she does have some other things, hence the earrings and a few spell scrolls.
So, what scrolls you got over there?
Let me see something real quick. Gotta remember what school this is. Why is my typing not working?
Because you have to click in the box first, and then you can type.
Tybalt, you do you still have Detect Magic up?
Yeah.
One of the scrolls has necromantic magic on it.
What scroll is that? I point to it.
Oh, that one. Feign Death.
How much you want for that one?
Let's see. What class spell is that? That one's probably going to be about 200 gold.
200. I mean, how long is it? It looks a little dusty. It's probably been on a shelf for a while. I think you could knock a little bit off of that to get rid of it, because it's just collecting dust here. And I mean, we've already purchased so much here, you know. Some little good faith.
I would, but I've already given you a discount that's kind of putting me in the red here, and there's something about you I'm just not comfortable with.
She's
Yeah, I
kinda
mean, look at her.
eyeing you up and down.
What are you? You don't like humans?
What are the other scrolls you have?
Roll insight.
Going to roll insight. Insight.
Give him advantage.
Give me advantage.
You can see from the look on her face, even though she's an elf, she's kind of looking at you disgustedly.
Mm-hmm.
And if you recall what she said before, what country was she from?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to her whatsoever. Like, my character wouldn't have been paying attention at this point because he didn't realize there were scrolls.
Nope. You're bad then.
Exactly. He wouldn't know. Or,
She knows your secret.
Yes, 250. Final price. Can't go down, sorry.
Wait, you just went up. It was 200.
I did.
That's weird.
I really did.
What about Violet?
Yes, I like violets.
What if she buys it?
Buying it for you?
No, of course not. I was going to buy it for her, but, you know.
Deception. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Oh, man. Shenanigans. Yeah, I'll take disadvantage. I'll take it.
She beat you with a 23.
Shenanigans.
No,
You know what? Let's just do this. Let's just cut the jibber jabber. Cut the dealio. Where's it at?
Oh no, he's gonna do it.
Wait, sorry, say it again.
Hold on, I'm looking at stuff. I'm about to just deal with this. Actually, no, I don't know what's happening tonight, so I'm not going to waste it. All right, how about this? Just the 200. Let's just call it good. It was fair price. I shouldn't have tried to haggle you.
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
I'm going to burn this shop down. I
Roll intimidation.
No, I'm just going to do it. There's no threatening. That would be wrong.
Why burn it down? Why don't you just take it first and then burn it down?
Oh, I will take it first. Don't worry.
Oh. Oh, wait.
Very well, the original 200.
I'm going to pay her the 200. Then I am going to give her the stank eye after I've already got the scroll.
She's been giving you two the whole time, so it doesn't really affect her much. But she hands you the scroll.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Was there something I missed?
Yeah, she's racist.
So I'm putting in my earrings.
She don't like
Albeit
humans.
horribly, because I don't think I actually put in the other pair on my own.
But we still got one more place to go, guys, so we need to go.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Very well, it was good to see you again, Violet.
Thank you.
Tell
It was
your-
good to see you too.
Tell your father I look forward to seeing him again.
Okay. Wait till Papa hears you didn't cut me any deals.
Yeah, when I'm running this place, she's getting double taxes.
Wouldn't that make you no better than the person that's doing that to people right now?
That is good.
Anyway, the last place that you're looking to go to, you got your scroll. There's actually somebody in your party you might need to ask about that last thing.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. As you're all walking back out into the spokes.
Look down to Verna. So Verna,
Yeah.
you good at sniffing down some shady establishments where I might be able to get some special stuff?
What special stuff you looking for?
I'm gonna whisper this to her. Something that if somebody drank it, they might not be alive no more.
Well, I can make it for you.
But it needs to be like really. Actually, no, I don't know. It needs to not be something like local to our region. It needs to be specific.
Yeah.
How about you go back into that shop and see if you can take some Black Dragon stuff, liquid from it, and I see what I can do.
Okay.
Let's swing back to the shop then. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna look at Tibble real quick. I have a question.
Yes.
Come here a little bit, a little closer.
What's up?
I'm gonna whisper. Is there a particular poison commonly used in the rail?
I'm assuming I would know this, right, cousin?
Yeah, you would specifically, because you worked
Yeah.
with Gimbrabus very closely.
Yes, I tell you exactly what they use. The Neuralian Empire. Which is what?
Give me 1 second here. Gotta pull my notes again.
I mean, I'm assuming I worked with it because I was literally a researcher with Brett.
Yeah. Let's see. There was actually a very special poison that many Norellian spies would hold on them. It was like a pouch that, when squeezed slightly, the dust would fly up into the air, and it would knock them out completely for about 8 hours.
That's not what I need.
Can you overdose on that?
Needs to be deadly.
So you're looking to kill someone.
No, didn't say that. I just need poison that can kill someone.
Is there a way I can like synthesize it so it wouldn't kill someone?
You actually, with your background, yes, you would have the knowledge to know how to make that more potent. Probably
And
not.
you've said all this on the down low, right, Owly?
I'm saying this on the down low.
Yeah, we're whispering.
Yeah. I'm keeping this in because this is
Probably
Yeah.
not to the point where it would kill somebody, but you could definitely make it potent enough to where they would put them in a coma for a while.
Well, all right. I'm gonna like wrap my arm around, Verna, like try not to bother the little pseudo dragon, obviously, and then around Tibble and be like, I need something that if somebody was to check it, they would be like, this is deadly. That these people killed this dude. You get where I'm coming from?
You basically need a deadly version of the chemical that the Norelli is.
Yeah, something that would lead back to the Noralians that's deadly.
What about if we
'Cause
were to?
I have a plan. I don't want to talk about it on the street. I want to get inside some seals before I tell you my plan.
I look to Vern. I'm like, what about if we mix black dragon venom with the Norellian poison? Would that be fatal?
We can do that, but we need to get the venom from the black dragon.
Well, let's do that. Let's swing back by on the way out. Can one of y'all go in and get it? I don't think he wants me back in there.
Yeah, I don't have enough gold to buy a black pseudo dragon.
No, we just need
No,
to
just
touch it
poison.
and grab it.
Actually, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's go find a dark corner real quick.
Brad, Flint, Violet, what are you three doing during the middle of this transaction?
I cannot get these earrings in.
That's what
I
she
don't know how these
said.
things work. I don't think that's something that'll, like, I mean, I guess it would be what a woman says, but not in that context. It's a poor use of that.
Hey, can I telepathically ask Binks? I'm like, how powerful is the venom you make?
It kind of hurts.
Would it kill? Is it more potent than the black pseudo dragon?
I mean, depends on how strong the target is.
Let's talk full adult male.
That is, yeah. It needs to be powerful enough that it would kill an adult male.
Well, I mean, if it's just a common adult male, yeah.
That sounds pretty sexist to me.
So, if I doctor your venom up, it should work, is what they're telling me.
Probably. I mean,
all right. I throw my arm around Jinx. I'm like, we don't even need the pseudo dragon. We can just use Binks' venom.
Oh, well, let's do that. Let's head back to the house and get ready for the party and get that made.
Okay, let's do that. I am gonna need Vern.
All right.
Of course. Well, we'll need to talk about the plan when we get back anyway.
am I about to be milked?
I think so.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Brad, Flint,
Mm-hmm.
what do you...
I mean, I guess since they're whispering, I don't hear anything. We're just kind of here, right?
That's weird that you're blind and you're hearing.
I mean, unless you want to try and overhear them, yeah, I guess you would.
I mean, I don't have any context to actually know that they're whispering, right?
You could hear...
Yeah,
I'm just watching people on the street
I
pass by.
Yeah, I mean, nah.
All right. You all start heading back up to the gardens. Back to Violet's house. Having all of your shopping done at this point. And start preparing for your evening.
Just thought of something evil I could do to understand what just happened.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to. But I just want Carson to enjoy this genius.
Okay, so we head back to the house to get ready, and I would like to talk to everyone before we get started. But once we're inside, quiet rooms.
All right, and that actually would not work, Uma.
Would it really not?
Mm-mm.
Unfortunate. I feel like that's what would work.
Not. It's because of the type of creature.
Huh.
Yeah, so you all get back to Violet's house. Have all of your provisions that you were out looking for. You all have your new fancy clothes that you're wanting to wear. Violet and Verna, you already have your dresses.
Can I bring my dragon like to be a scarf?
Dragon scarf.
Yeah.
Roll another animal handling check for me real quick. It seems kind of happy just laying around your neck.
Sweet as I pet his neck.
He kind of.
And I give him a piece of jerky.
So y'all gonna need to make that stuff.
What's your plan with that stuff?
Okay. Can we where's Pebbles?
Hey?
Can you do that ring thing where people outside can't have a chance to see us or hear us?
Shall I suppose so? Oh, she kind of goes up to the front door and she closes it with a boom. And then she waves her hand over it, and you see those blue runes that kind of trace up down the middle of the actual door frame. All right.
Is Darius anywhere nearby?
Darius is actually sitting in a chair in the foyer. He appears
So I can see him.
Good.
Like from where we're standing.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
my
yeah,
question.
yeah, you can see him there.
Darius, I'm gonna need you over here too.
Okay, what's up?
I have an idea, guys. Might not work. It may sound a little crazy. But I think I can sway some action
Oh,
swiftly.
I know where this is going.
You feeling me?
Yeah, you bought the Feigned Death Scroll for Roland over here.
Yeah, we're gonna need to kill you.
Wait, what?
Kind of.
Not really kill you, but kill you. The world needs to think you died. Because you're now a massive target on Sento's back. And if we make it look like the Norellians did it while we were at a sanctioned banquet, we might kill two birds with one stone.
Realize if you guys do this and they find out that it was all a setup, they're gonna come down on us harder.
They won't know what's
I
up.
mean, there'll be conflict far too late if it's ever figured out anyway. War will be already have started. Nobody's gonna allow them to go back on that.
Okay.
I mean, it's just an idea, I'm just a
You know, if we
music player.
don't do something, you're gonna be killed.
Yeah, you're gonna die regardless. I'm trying to save your life. And if they don't blame the Norellians and everybody just thinks you're dead, fine. They just think you're dead, and we saved your life regardless.
I'm just.
Want to die? I mean, it's up to you. Like, I was
I
making
don't.
things
This just
possible.
it seems like the coward's way out. Even if I'm not actually dying, it still seems. I don't know. I guess I've always had this idea in my head that I would make my grand return as the king, and we would fight them head on, and we would prove our valor in the field of battle, and I would avenge my parents, and then everyone would love me. But this seems.
And you can have your grandiose stage. Trust me, I like the stage. And we can have that. But this isn't the time nor the place for it. And I know about times and stages.
Roll persuasion.
Yikes.
Still rolls a 15. Fucking bards. Where do you want to do this?
At the party tonight.
At the party. It needs to be seen.
Alright, so I'm going to just overact it. Oh no! I have been stabbed! And fall to the ground. Is that what I'm doing?
No, you're gonna take a drink and I'm going to make you dead. Ish.
Ish?
Ish. But everybody will think you're dead. I don't know. I don't know much about this stuff. Like this is magic I don't normally dabble in. But I know it works.
I don't feel great about this at all. I mean, you can promise me I'm not actually dying, right?
You'll be dead for about an hour.
Yeah, you'll basically have a nice hour-long nap, and everybody will think you're dead.
But not actually be dead.
No, you won't be dead.
And then what do you do with me after I die? Like, what happens after that happens? Spill.
We cause a scene among scenes. You know what I'm saying? Like, as I'm looking around at everybody, oh my God, they just killed our king. We're upset. We're taking his body back. We demand an investigation. And this is where you come in, Berna. And I'm just going to stop, like, my grandiose, movements. You're going to need to sneak into one of their tents and drop off that vial of poison.
Oh, boy. Okay.
We'll bring you back to Zenko. Well, you'll obviously have to lie low until the investigation.
Yeah, you'll have to lie low until we get back, but then it'll be kind of like it was before, You just have to hang out in the cellar. But don't worry. I got you a companion that'll keep you company. How do you like cats?
I mean, they're all right, I guess. I mean, I was with that girl you guys had one time, but...
No, not that kind of cat. And don't bring that up ever again.
Okay.
Like a little kitten to keep you company. It'll be a friend.
I mean, sure, I guess. I get killed and I get a kitten out of this? I mean...
Do you have a better idea?
Honestly, no.
So your plan is to be killed by the Norellans, clearly.
Not this soon, honestly, and not like this. I'm sure it was to happen eventually.
But don't worry. With this being said, we will have a chance. I will set the stage for you. And, King Roland Barclay the Fifth will come out on his mighty steed onto the battlefield, leading his legions of soldiers.
Yeah. If they thought I was dead before, and then I actually die, and then I come back again, that would boost
And
morale.
then not only that, then they can't even kill you because you defy death. And that will inspire the men.
Darius the Immortal.
And frogs.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Sounds like a fairy tale.
Yeah. Commanding my legion of grung and kobolds. Oh my god, our army sucks.
And and dwarves. Don't forget about my dwarves.
We need you to die so we can get some support.
Yeah, if we could turn Brigada on our side and not just have it be Zento, like, maybe we could get the entire country behind us. That would boost our numbers exponentially.
Not just the country, the continent.
Well, I think there still might be some work you'd have to do there. I mean,
Don't worry, I got this.
you'd have to convince Home,
Well,
you'd have to convince Elrock.
We would need to put some of the venom, or some of the poison, in his actual drink, so he can't actually drink it. So there's something to test, and then
Exactly.
connect it to the Norellians.
Well,
All right.
I was, thinking about that too. This poison. Is it a contact, or does he have to fully ingest it? Because that's the reason why I wanted to make sure it was a full ingestion, because he's going to need it to touch his lips.
I mean, I'm fairly sure Binks needs to bite the person. He does have fangs.
Well, not bite them, I just gotta poke them.
Well, whatever. With your tail, you can't produce venom through your fangs.
No.
Oh, then we'll guess his tail. But you'd have to poke them.
Right, yeah, just give him a stabby stab with my tail.
Okay.
So there we go. Just don't actually drink it, please. I would hate to have actually been a part of the actual killing of the king.
We might want to melt some wax on his lips just in case.
That might be a good idea. All right, and I need to take 5 to transfer rooms.
All right. During this time period, we will allow everyone to get ready.
I'm doctoring up Amberhorn, by the way.
Really, what are you doing to it?
Remember all that fishing equipment that I bought? And the bells? And that I had a half... I still have my half bolt of silk cloth. I'm wrapping it in silk cloth. Tying it off with the fishing line. Then hanging the bells from the scythe part. So it doesn't look like Amberhorn. It looks like a little jingle thingy.
Looks like a very intricate staff used as a fishing rod, I guess.
There you go.
Okay.
I feel like I'd hate to carry that thing for more than 10 minutes.
You don't have a disguise kit, do you?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
I thought you said I was disguised for like a week.
You
With
are, but you're disguising Amberhorn.
No. I mean, I have to have a disguise kit to do that with all the stuff I just bought.
I mean, you gotta have some way to put it all together. Even with the stuff you bought. I was just thinking of an easier way to make you roll for it. To make it see how convincing it is. However, let's see here.
I mean, I could help.
Jinx could help.
Yeah.
Well, that was a quick 5 minutes.
I'm gonna need help as well. Disguising myself.
And that's a random update.
Oh, yeah, this is a good time to do my update.
Wow.
Anyway, but yeah, I can help him.
Well,
I'm gonna work on this this poison while you guys figured.
I mean, one of you two can help him with a disguise kit to help him disguise his weapon if you want. If not, I'm going to need you to roll a deception check, Flint.
Wow.
Nat 20 that bitch.
Wait, you roll? I
Well, you
didn't
didn't
see
hear
it.
the disadvantage part? Oh, unfortunate.
All right. Yeah, Flint,
My-
you relay to Jinx what you want to do with your scythe, and he very masterfully makes this thing look like a very ornate fishing pole.
What the lag was that?
Might have been a you thing. Yeah, that sounded pretty clear to me.
Thank you.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Not a problem.
Now I can
All
take Camberhorn with me to the party.
Okay.
And now I need to get dressed properly.
Oh yeah, this will be the first time I get to see whatever my dad's got prepared for me, right?
Yes, actually, you can.
And I'm going to, go get changed. And so I'm going to shift back into Jill.
Okay.
And I'm going to shift my outfit into a very elegant, formal gown, open midsection, kind of like a heart shape around the belly button.
Gross.
It's gonna be silver and blue,
Okay.
and sparkly, very sparkly.
You look like a knockout. Roll a charisma check, actually.
1.
But I already used my nat 20.
It's gonna be a 1.
Here, have another one.
Damn!
Take another one.
Damn.
I have
Drop
to take another one.
dead stunner.
Yeah, y'all see that come walking down the stairs.
Nope.
Well, I mean, you know what? No. I got this. You can just feel the presence of beauty.
I don't know. What
Do you
that
like the
is.
smell of your perfume or something?
Yeah, I smell like a whore.
Wow.
No,
And you
just,
look like
I don't
one
know
too.
what that is.
I'm
What?
just kidding.
One thing's for sure, all eyes are going to be on Jinx in this room tonight, which probably is not a bad thing,
That's not true.
with the exception of one Dragonborn.
Well, I mean, your deadpan eyes could technically see, I guess.
Covered up.
We'll uncover them just for the.
I think that's a good idea.
That's super creepy, and you shouldn't.
So what you're saying is that we shouldn't put these googly eyes on him.
I like where she's going with this.
I'm not stupid.
Could put googly eyes on bread. But... Okay, so Flint, yeah, you get your nicer clothes on, and you put on your tunic over that to kind of cover everything up, and you have your staff that's been dressed up as well, scythe that's been dressed up. Verna, you put on your fancy clothes, the very form-fitting tight black dress that you have with you, and you throw your cape over your missing nub.
All right.
Violet, the dress that your father has given you was actually one that you remember your mother wearing. It is fancy, but it also has that rustic charm to it, because, you know, that's who she was.
Right.
And as he, you know, you put it on and you walk outside, you know your dad sees you in it, he kind of tears up a little bit and just rushes up to hug you.
Give him a hug back.
And it's a very... Actually, I have artwork for it, but I don't know if I have time to upload it. I don't have time to upload it. But yeah, it is a beautiful dress. It has a nice long blue skirt to it. There is a leather bodice in the middle, and a violet purple top to it. That kind of rolls gracefully off your shoulders. And Tybalt, what are you wearing?
I got a nice blazer on with boxy in colors on the inside of my blazer. Nice shirt and pants. Also, I need help changing my face a little bit because I don't want to get shot again.
Right.
I feel like we're pressing the luck of my rolls, but we can try it.
Why don't you get some help from Verna?
Yeah, Verna, you want to help me out?
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
All right, we're doing it. So good thing we called help.
Yep.
You don't have to roll Verna when you know.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, if you're
I
helping
just like
somebody,
roll.
if you're helping somebody, it just gives whoever you help the advantage on the roll. So,
Which was almost another 20. Had it just 1 point.
yep. Yeah. Tybalt, they lighten up your skin a little bit more again. They stuff your tail down your pants leg so it doesn't look like you have one. Also, that's probably going to attract some attention to other areas for you. And they give you a top hat to hide your horns.
Oh man, looking sharp.
I give him the vial that I've been working on upstairs.
Okay. And I am going to actually. Do you have a separate vial?
Yeah, I give him. I go back upstairs, grab an empty vial.
I'm gonna pour just enough of it to pour into what's his face's glass, so that there'll be remnants, and then I want Verna. I want you to take the rest of this and hide it in one of. You're gonna have to leave the party to go hide it in their stuff.
Somebody probably needs.
Oh, my favorite thing to do.
Somebody probably needs to milk Binks first.
Oh yeah,
I thought I
milk
did
Binks.
it upstairs.
Yeah, I thought that's what they did.
Nope, nobody did any checks for it.
All right. I get a glass and I throw a piece of, I guess, cloth over it. I'm like, stab it.
Okay. He kind of stabs at it with his tail. You need to roll a, I guess, sleight of hand check, and I'll give you advantage because you've done this before.
What?
That's kind of creepy.
Give him advantage.
Yeah, give him advantage.
He had advantage.
Or give him disadvantage. Then.
You've done it before, but you've never done it before with Binks. It's a little awkward. Yeah, you managed.
You sure that's his tail?
You managed to get about, actually almost 2 vials worth of imp poison.
Important question about the
Easy,
events.
buddy. Don't blow your whole load here.
I don't think you have to worry about that. I think I'm spent. I'm gonna go take a nap.
Did
better off
he
you stay
maintain eye contact during the milking?
Oh God. I knew that was going to be the question. It's like an important detail here, and I'm like, you maintain eye contact.
Did you look him in the eyes, Dirty?
So I don't know how this is exactly gonna affect Roland. Is it just touching his lips? So I still think we put some wax on him. But you're gonna have to get it off of him before they check his body.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to be the first person to react. I'm going to be me.
Okay. Roll in.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
Yeah, I guess so. Darius comes down, and he's wearing a very regal-looking suit with kind of a half cape thrown over his arm, kind of like you would have Verna, except his arm is actually exposed. Red and black.
Looking quite dapper.
Yep, red and black, Barcelian colors. Oh my god. So, oh yes, I'm Brad. Forgot to describe Brad. Brad, as you come down, you have a very, very regal-looking silk kimono on.
And it's neon pink.
Feels good though.
So was that yes or no to the googly eyes? I don't know if you were serious about that.
I'm not wearing googly eyes.
The kimono you're wearing is black, and you have changed your head dressing to a black headband also. It's covering your eyes. So
Interesting.
Are you putting googly eyes on Brad?
No, you're not putting googly eyes on me.
He's milking Brad too. This man's an animal. He needs to be
I
stopped.
can feel whatever it is on my face. Take it.
I don't know. With a 17 and sleight of hand, roll perception.
Yeah, that's pretty. You better put it up pretty soft.
That's a 2.
On top of the.
That was
on
an
top of the
accident.
thing.
I didn't even realize I rolled it.
Just go with it.
He declared an accident.
Oh.
No,
Oh, no,
contesting
it worked,
roll, and it's
too.
a 3.
Yeah. Oh man. Anyway, so everybody understands the plan.
Yeah, I think it
Yes.
sucks. Sure.
I don't understand anything.
You don't need to.
Wait, do you guys not like this plan?
It's only us 3 that knows. 4.
No, he told everybody.
Oh. I missed that part.
Yeah, everybody's in on the plan.
That's why I had the door sealed so I could speak without outside interference.
I thought it was just us, but okay.
Yeah, no, I want them in on the plan because I don't want anything super bad happening, like people freaking out and trying to kill somebody at the party.
So I'm not supposed to bring the axe that I don't have anymore.
No, you don't need your axe, sweetie.
I totally forgot I don't have that anymore. Oh yeah, Papa, get this.
Yeah?
You remember the enchanter that you always talked to me about that you helped set up?
Oh, yeah, Thendariel.
She wouldn't give me a discount at all.
I mean,
She was pretty rude to me, too.
she's repaid us in other ways.
Papa Bear.
What?
I'm gonna give him a look.
I'm gonna give him a look too, though I don't understand what her looks for.
Insight?
Mine's just a different look.
Insight, I suppose, if you want.
Oh, there's no way I'm inciting this. I'm just joining in.
You
can
want me
say
to
I'm
roll
helping.
insight? Sure,
Yeah,
help.
you can if you want to.
I'm just giving him the look. Yeah.
He's
I
visibly
know.
sweating underneath his collar.
Oh, I know.
Like, and as you look closely, you kind of seem to think you see the same shade of elvish lipstick around his neck.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go get like uncomfortably close to him. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna smile.
You're a very lovely lady. I will see you all at the party. Violet, be careful. He's gonna leave.
I'm just gonna giggle and turn around, look at Violet, and laugh.
Am I missing something?
It's okay, sweetie. You'll understand one day. And I'm gonna pet her on the head and go and rejoin the group.
All right. Any other preparations you guys would like to make before you head out?
Get some.
So what's the
lick-
plan if
Get
this
some
plan
ale
fails?
in us, in me to warm up.
I want to make sure I got a few things on me since we're going light. I want to strap a dagger to the inside of my thigh.
Okay.
Actually, since it's just the handle for whatchamacallit, Eclipse, right? Like, it's not a big circle. I will actually strap that to the inside of my thigh.
Okay.
That way I at least have something on me.
You guys are bringing your weapons?
What?
Yes, obviously. It's hidden.
It's a formal party. Who's bringing a weapon? Did they? I guess they noticed me.
I mean,
I'm just bringing a fishing pole.
Yeah.
okay, I mean, a fishing pole is unusual. I guess you could claim it as a religious artifact.
Exactly.
Huh.
Well, that's literally all I'm bringing. A religious artifact.
Yeah, but isn't that a piece of the sun? Never mind.
A piece of the sun between his legs, or her legs.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I'm bringing my briefcase.
I've
That's
got
just so I can change out.
I've got the power of gods between my legs.
This is getting weird. Let's just go to the party. Brad did bring up a good point. What are we going to do if this fails?
In what fails in what way? I mean, he'll definitely
Seduction.
So what? Okay, let's think about it. How did the last king die? They cut his head off. What if they just like have to be sure he's dead?
What if they do what?
What if they were just like, oh, he's dead. Let's just make sure he's dead and cut his head off too.
Well, first they gotta
At
take
that
him.
point, it would still accomplish the goal.
Yeah, but then he'll be
Would
dead.
it though?
Yeah, then I'd be dead.
And then two, I'm pretty sure that they'll have the same reaction that they had before. They're not
Exactly.
going to do it.
They're not going to do anything.
So that will at least make him appear dead. Yes, it may not, the blame may not end up on them, but either way, he'll seem dead. They'll be happy. He's not a target regardless. At the end of the day, okay, yeah, we don't get help for the Norellians, but we also don't get him actually killed before we get home. Either way, it still serves a purpose.
So how are you going to save all of us? Because they hate us as well.
I haven't done anything wrong.
My big thing with that is right now, we're not that important. We're not a king. And nobody has called me General Jinx yet, so I'm not that important to them.
You defaced one of their generals.
And
I didn't do that. They just saw the head.
And you're one of the champions, in that form especially.
But I'm retired.
It doesn't matter. They're hunting you, they're hunting Brad, and they're hunting Verna.
Yeah, but I can disappear when I need to.
They gotta prove it's me. Last time they checked, they had 2 arms.
And I'm pretty sure they're hunting Tibble too, for unrelated reasons, but that's beside the point.
Regardless, it's going to be less of a hunting than trying to take out the enemy king.
They don't even respect this king.
I don't respect anybody.
Exactly. But she was pretty adamant on killing him soon, sounded like.
I'm
and him
pretty
specifically, she said.
I'm pretty sure had we not been in hallowed ground by Eldona yesterday, that I would be dead. Thanks, by the way, Brad.
Exactly. I'm just trying to fix a bad situation. You can throw out the what ifs if you want. I'm trying to help. I'm just trying to help.
Suck it, Carson.
Let's go and pray, I suppose, because everything has to go perfect for this to work.
Well,
you can't always be lucky, kid.
if it doesn't go perfect, we're all dead anyway, so what does it matter?
Oh, Victor, guide me.
Again, I don't like this all generalization. I haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, you're sweetie.
You're
You
guilty
don't
by
know.
association.
Like, you were already marked for death long before you joined us.
Well, I mean, I kind of figured that.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and pat her. It's okay. But
I'm
anyway,
just talking the Norellian part of this.
well,
I mean, I
regardless.
got my own in-house problems.
But if you're with us, we got you back. Do you really want to go back to that on your own?
Nobody said I was going back.
Exactly. So don't worry about it.
This adventure's been too much fun. Albeit weird, but fun.
Yeah, only just begun.
And I'm just like, yeah, that's it. We're ready to go, I think.
But can we wait to do this until we eat some food? I am
Yes. Oh, it's. I'm sure that there's gonna be food and some, and then there's probably gonna be some speech at the end. You know, and that's when I think would be perfect.
Lots of honey.
Yeah, there's gonna be lots of food here, and yeah, lots of honey.
When everybody's attention is gathered, that's when the scene starts. We gotta set the stage.
Yeah, but who says they wait to the end? What if they
I
just
mean-
show up and just like?
Well, then fucking again, that doesn't matter then at that point, because it's still gonna serve the same purpose. We're no
Yeah, but they
no
literally
worse
said
off.
in the meeting they didn't care.
She also
Well, then
said,
he's dead anyway.
She also said that Drake has ordered her not to destroy the city, so I think we might be a little safe in that regard.
Yeah, destroying the city and destroying your neck are two different things.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Don't get me wrong, I'm nervous as shit about all this.
You should be. What if the scroll doesn't work?
That too.
Or I could just kill you now, and we could save ourselves the problems.
Don't kill me, please.
Like that's where we're at this point. We can either hand your head to the Norellians and hope things go well, or we can do this, or we can just let her kill you herself. I figure if we hand her your head, maybe she'll let us go at least.
You're full of yourself.
Don't forget the wax.
I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to do the right thing. You're the one that basically killed him. I don't know why you're arguing at this point. You
didn't
killed
kill
this
anything.
man already.
Everything is calculated, and you come in here with your, whoa, let's play games and have fun.
What's your calculation? Tell him the enemy here he is. Let's kill him. That's
They're
your
going to
calculation.
Find out sooner or later.
Yes, and then having some actual control over that in advance would have been nice. Don't you think?
We don't have control of anything for the past 7 years.
Look, we'll go with the plan. We'll hopefully it'll work. There are a million things that could go wrong, though. We just need to prepare for that to happen. If it looks like anything is going to completely flub this entire idea, just call it off, enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll figure something else after the party.
Sounds like a plan.
So, if I'm getting this right, this was the Binks's poison thingy, right?
It's a mix of Binks's poison and the Norellian poison that the assassin.
Yeah, Binks may not want to be there tonight.
Yeah, he's not coming.
He's staying here.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I think he's kind of tired of being milked, to be honest with you.
Milked?
Binks is passed out in his bed of coals upstairs.
What do you mean milked?
You've never heard of cows being milked?
I've never had to really work with that many animals before. I usually only work with, like, bears, some deer. I wouldn't
Bears
say
have
you
milk.
milk those.
But you understand what these are for, and I'm gonna grab my own chest. Like, you understand how nature works, right? Oh God, I'm not giving the bears and the beasts to this girl. No, we'll discuss it another time. Don't worry about
So it's time for the party.
it. Yeah.
Let's go kill me. Alright, so we'll say that you all leave out of the mansion and you start heading towards the Grand Hall of the Council of Four Faiths. As you're walking through the gardens, you do notice quite a few nobles out this evening. The sky up above is cloudless. There's stars shining as far as the eye can see. The moon is not completely full, but it's getting there, and you can see it shimmering over the mountains to the south. The light, anyway. Again, several nobles out and about this evening. A few of them you can see some people that are probably, up to no good, quote unquote, with each other, skipping through the garden flowers. Several couples that seem to be heading in the direction that you all are. Seems like everyone's having fun. The general air is that they don't understand all the shit that's going on underneath. These people for sure don't care. They're the upper class. They're just going to go have a good time. And as you make your way to the Great Hall, which is adjacent to the council chamber that you were all in before, you see hundreds of people filing into this large cathedral-like room. People of all stature of nobility, just finely dressed, beautiful people. Everybody's here. At the door, there is a large human man in that silver and blue armor, which you all recognize as Paladin of Voldona. And you also see Judicar Solaris is checking people's names in. What would you like to do?
The mayor's with us, right?
The mayor's not with you, actually. He had left earlier.
Okay, well, I'm going to walk up and check myself in, I guess.
Name, please.
Jill?
Jill, I don't...
From the troop Jinx. I was invited by the Grey herself.
Ah, yes, here we are. Oh, you look lovely this evening.
Thank you. I'm just gonna smile.
You will be seated at table 1 next to the head table.
Okay.
And she motions for you to go in.
Alright, then I will go in.
I'll walk up next. I'm Violet.
Lady Violet. Let's see here. Yes, I have you with Barcelians as well. Table 1 as well.
Thank you.
It's a lovely dress. I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah.
She got warmly smiles at you and motions for you to go in.
Give her like a little small smile back and walk in.
All right, we have 2 people going in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going in too whenever they're done.
Do I notice they camp before we came to the building?
No, notice it what?
The Noralian camp. Do I see it before I go into the building?
Roll a perception check. It's a little harder for you to see, but the moon is bright enough to where you can actually see down one of the streets that's kind of leading towards Lady de Grey's Manor, but it's more off to the right-hand side. There is an embassy building that they are using to house the Nerillian delegation currently, and you do see their standards flying out in front of it.
Wait, what do I see flying out of it? I'm sorry.
The standards.
Okay.
Flags.
Okay. Just as long as blah. Just as long as I can see the tents from where we're going.
There's no tents.
It's an actual building.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. Oopsie.
And you do have your pseudo dragon draped around your shoulders. So who is approaching next?
I'm gonna go up next. Like, oh, you let my date in, Jill from the Troop Jinx. I'm her +1.
Oh, lucky man. Yes, table 1 right next to her.
That was a smooth way to get in.
Yep, she motions for you to go in.
I walk in.
I walk in with Darius.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna walk in with Darius.
Okay. Flint, Darius, and Brad all walk up.
Names, please.
I'm Brad from the Barclay group.
All right, Mr. Adams.
That is correct.
I'm Abram Ragnar.
Are you now?
Abram Rangor. That doesn't seem right. That.
Hang on.
Oh, yes, here you are. Go right on through, please.
Thank you.
And Darius walks up. Darius Barclay.
I'm actually standing right there waiting for Darius.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Yeah. Darius Barclay.
Oh, yes. Welcome, Your Majesty.
And she kind of bows before him. And he kind of straightens himself up. Thank you. Please rise. Sorry, I really don't know what I'm doing.
It's fine. Please go right on ahead. Table 1.
Thank you. And he kind of bows and starts his way in.
And I'll be right behind him.
Mr. Rangor, you're not supposed to take weapons in.
This is not a weapon. It's my
Fishy ball.
Religious artifact.
it's my religious artifact.
Oh, which deity?
Idea.
Very well. Go on through.
Thank you. Sorry about the confusion.
It's quite all right. May the strength of the mountain guide you.
And she bows to you.
I bow back.
You all get the feeling that this woman, despite how cold she was before and calculating, she's actually very understanding of people. And is that everybody? Oh, Verna.
Oh, I just walk right in.
Excuse me, miss. I need your name.
Burn.
I don't see that name on the list anywhere. Is there a last name?
Thornberry. Thorngage.
Ah, here you are. Table 1.
Thanks.
She motions for you to go in. Your blue pseudo dragon kind of snaps at her. Oh my!
Please keep that thing on a leash.
Yeah, that's the same to you. As I walk away.
I don't know what that means.
All right. So you all have entered into
Yeah.
the party.
Are they playing the epic sax music?
They're not playing epic sax music. Epic sax music got turned
Damn.
off for something more harpsichord based.
I try to take notice to see if the guy in the purple cape from previous day is there.
Do a perception check. Damn, 24. You do notice someone.
Familiar from the previous day?
Yes, you do. You recognize the coat anyway.
I keep my distance, but I continue to watch
Okay.
for the time being.
All right. As you all enter into the room, it is this grand ballroom. In front of you, there is a dance floor where people are dancing. And there are two long tables that run up the left and right side, and then a long table in the front, which is the head table where the esteemed guests will be staying. And since you all just showed up, they at least gave you the first table, but you're not esteemed guests. And as you have been directed, that is where you can go and get your meal for the evening. And then if there is anyone else you would like to talk to or dance or anything like that, you can do that.
I would love to dance.
Okay. As you look around the room, there are people everywhere. As I said before, all the nobles are here. This is the event of the year, almost. It is a very, very large gathering, large party. You see several of the council members out talking already. You actually see Belliard Opalstone is on the dance floor dancing. She seemed to be waltzing with a larger human man. And of course, at the head table, you see the three delegates from the Nerlian Empire.
What are they doing?
From what you can see there, Zakura is just kind of sitting there, like, bopping along to the music. Not really caring about anything. Sayre seems to have his eyes fixed on the room, just scanning constantly for everything. And Robin seems to have her eyes in the other direction, looking up into the air.
To the air?
Mm-hmm.
I look up. Is there anything up there?
Ceiling.
Ceiling.
It's very beautiful, high vaulted ceilings with these wonderful paintings. You even think you might see a fresco of Mayor Higgins? Definitely looks a lot younger. But yeah. So, The stage has been set. The band is playing music. Food is being served whenever you want it. Go forth and mingle.
Where is Lady DeGray visible?
She is. Let me see where she is currently.
Jinx, do I have the vial or do you have the vial?
Yeah, I gave it to you. I took the smaller vial.
Okay.
She is currently
And we don't want to talk about where that's at.
not seated at the head table. She is watching the dance floor, but she
Ew.
seems to be talking to another man.
Do I recognize the man?
You do not, actually. However, roll a history check.
Ooh.
Does not seem recognizable.
Yikes. And who was this that was just identified, sorry?
Lady DeGray.
Okay. Do I see my father anywhere?
You do?
Is he at the head table, or...
No, he's on the floor dancing.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Is he doing well?
He's doing extremely well.
Wow.
He is very gracefully guiding his partner along the dance floor.
Who's his partner?
She looks familiar.
Oh.
Oh boy. Your dad's a freak.
Are you gonna make me do a perception roll to make sure?
What's your passive?
Passive is 14.
Yeah.
You want a perception?
Mm-hmm. From where you're standing. It's Thariel.
That was the enchantress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I am
dad-
actually
your
going to
dad
walk
really did
towards
get
Lady
tasty.
DeGray.
Sorry, what was that? There was
I'm going to walk
Nothing.
towards Lady DeGray.
double.
Nothing. Where's Mayor Higgins?
He is actually sitting at the table, the head table currently, just has his face in a plate of what looks like barbecue ribs.
I'm gonna.
Is he still wearing white?
Of course.
They have barbecue ribs here?
Oh, yeah.
But there's no koala bears. Oh boy.
I'm gonna kind of clasp the totem that's around my neck. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know if I necessarily get like a response back, but
You actually feel warm.
like a good worm or a bad worm?
Like a good warm, actually.
Oh, really?
Alright, Jinx, you were approaching Lady DeGray.
Hello?
Good evening.
Good evening. You said you wanted to speak with me.
Oh, yes, you're, little girl from that band, aren't you?
Indeed.
Hmm.
How were the eyes in the room as I walked across it? You know, they checking me out with that beautification.
Oh,
oil
hell
I had?
yeah. All eyes are on you. Like, when you entered the room, it sparkled. Like, there are guys who are with their wives who are now getting punched in the arm.
I like it.
Foriel, do you mind giving us some time?
Yes, lady.
Make sure that the shipments are ready for tomorrow, though.
Of course. And he walks back off, and You actually see him walk over to where Wilma is sitting and starts talking to her.
Okay.
Now, what is it that you need from me?
From you, you told me you wanted me to talk to you.
All right. That artifact that you have.
Yes.
It's a very rare piece. I was looking for it for quite some time. Part of an ancient civilization that knew how to harness certain magical energies that we have lost.
Oh yeah, I know all about that.
Oh, do you now?
Well, not everything. I'm gonna have that I was just joshing grin on my face.
Of course, I wouldn't expect a little dancer to understand the workings of the universe. Tell me, how did you come by that piece?
I went to the Jakarta Wilds. I went in the tower.
Tower?
Yes, the tower.
What tower?
The one you were looking for, I believe. You know, behind the special wall.
You mean that old wizard's tower that supposedly didn't exist?
Yeah, Wizard's Tower.
And you say you found it?
Of course. I mean, that was the whole purpose of that expedition. Right?
It was. It's been the main purpose of that expedition for the past nearly 20 years. No one's been able to even get close. They keep dying in the jungle, which is, I'm assuming, why that lazy bunch of jackasses didn't want to go any farther.
I don't know if it was as much as they didn't want to. It was just they were trying to find the right people to help them get there, and then they did.
Well, I will say you must be commended then for making it that far. I'm sure your group probably gave life and limb to try and bring that peace back to me.
Some of us more than others.
Now,
exactly. Now, I know this is something you want. And I hear tell that you have something I want.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Now, what could I have that a lowly woman like yourself would possibly want?
You were in possession of a box. It's locked. You purchased it from a traveling trader.
You mean that old rosewood case that I found coming through here?
Yes. Something I need back.
Don't know if I can really trade for that. I believe that box is a slight bit more valuable than what you have brought me.
Well, first, you don't even know how you got it. It's mine to begin with, so we won't go into that, but this is something, obviously, you've spent a long time coming. Yes, it's mine.
It can't be yours. That box is far older than you.
It is definitely mine, and what do you mean far older than me?
It's a part of the ancient Forerunner civilization.
It belonged to my mother. And it was the only thing she had.
You know, you can sit here and lie to me about how you got that crystal, but for you to sit here and lie to me and say that your mother, who I'm assuming at this point, even when she had you, would have had to have been thousands of years old.
Well, how about this? You take me to the box and I'll open it. Prove it's mine.
And now you're asking me to open boxes. What box are you actually trying to open here? She kind of gives you a sly look.
Well, it depends. And I am going to... Oh, I don't want to flirt with this lady. I really don't. I really don't want to flirt with this lady. I'm like so hate her.
You don't
so
have
much.
to if you don't want to. It's your call.
I need to. It's my call, and I'm gonna do it. I'm sure if we had more privacy, we could figure that out. I'm gonna bite my lower lip.
Roll that charisma check. And you have advantage because of that nat 20 on your appearance.
Charisma!
But she has advantage also. Oh.
Double 18, we're both hot for each other.
Wow, you called it.
I tell you what, why don't you swing by my place, say, tomorrow evening? Maybe we can have a discussion about this.
That sounds perfect. I'll look forward to it. And then I'll wander off, because I got people to talk to.
Okay.
And I'm sure she's a busy lady at an event like this.
Of course. Yeah, she goes off to do her own thing now. All right, is there anything anyone else would like to talk to? All the council members are there, by the way, I would like to point out.
I'd like to go up and talk to Mr. Astroforge.
Okay, Thorin Astroforge. He is currently sitting at the table as well. The main table. And he seems to be enjoying his plate of barbecue, as it appears, as well.
Is he wearing white too?
No, actually. He is wearing that robe with stars on it.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a minute that I can talk to you?
Hey!
Hi. My name is Abram. I'm part of the Stonefist clan. And I was admiring your robe with stars on it.
Thank you, sir.
Where did you get yours from?
This is the traditional uniform of the professors of the College of Tulbar.
Okay. So I'm not too familiar with the Astroforge clan. Where are you from?
Aye, our people hail from Thormar itself. We allied ourselves with Ormir after he showed us the way to the Vale.
Yes. Are you familiar with the shit, forgetting. Are you familiar with the Stonefist clan?
Aye, I know exactly who they are.
Ah!
I dropped my dice. Fuck, I dropped my phone.
didn't know. What?
There's phones
What's
here?
a phone? What is this phone you speak of?
A world of magical things that we ordinarily can teach you.
Oh wow, nice.
Anyway,
I'd like to get
Stonefist. Aye, they were a Dwarven clan from Barclay. Powerful allies in the war in the dark. Remember that one quite fondly.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with my my uncle Ulrich? Ulrich.
Ulrich Stonefist, aye. One of the most powerful druids of Yudea I've ever met. Some say he has magic that hasn't been seen in this world for eons. I'd like to pick his brain sometime.
Trust me, I would too. Ever since I wasn't there at what happened at Barclay. I was with the visiting the Rockfist clan, but I've been trying to find to see if my my Stonefist clan and look for my uncle and any family. Have you heard anything?
Fortunately, I can't say I have. Haven't seen any Stonefist come through town in quite some time.
Yeah.
Of course, I've been in Dormir for quite some time. I just recently got back into town myself to try and take care of this magical smuggling operation that's been going on.
Magical smuggling operation?
Aye.
Would you care to talk about it some more?
There's been quite a few dangerous things coming into the town. Now, I don't know where they're going exactly. I don't know how they're getting in here. I do know Bergat itself used to have a bad reputation for smuggling. 3 of our own champions were smugglers themselves. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
Aye, it's true.
Which champions were the smugglers?
It was what's his name? Jack Flint was the smaller man. Had a very good penchant for arcano tech, focusing magic through machines. And then Mayor Higgins over there, as you see, Mayor Higgins, who has barbecue sauce all around his face. He and his sister.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
There are old smuggling tunnels going on underneath the city here. And I'm pretty sure that they're getting these things in here.
Through these tunnels,
right,
the city, huh?
Right. Going into the underground under the city, there's all kinds of items that are enchanted with evocation magic and things like that. Things that could cause a lot of damage to the city. They've been getting in here somehow. They've been finding them black market. It's got me worried.
Interesting.
With all the unrest that's going on, the dwarf clans in the slums have been getting a little antsy. The were creatures on the outskirts of town have been roaring in the night. We've seen a few of them have been captured by the hand of Ordona, carrying some of these magic items on them. Now, as you know, anything magical has to come through me to get in the city. I ain't seen shit from these things. And it's got me thinking. Someone's up to something down there.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Has Mr. Zapata know anything? Because I know he deals with the some of the magic items too. Is he as confounded as you?
He is, actually. Me and Byron have been distributing the magic items down to the shops within the city itself. He handles distribution after I approve of them.
Right.
We can't exactly figure out how these smugglers are getting everything distributed and who it's going to. They've got to have some kind of logistics network of their own going on down there. I think it's a lot more organized than Lady de Grey even notices.
Hmm. Now, how? I believe they're the Coalbeard clan. Is the main dwarven clan here?
Aye, one of the main mining clans that we have here.
Now, who are their allies and who are their enemies?
They were half Durgar.
Okay.
During the war in the dark, they actually fought on the side of the Drow. Which was a little odd considering that their clansmen were on our side. But in the end, we gave them amnesty. Felt sorry, kind of figured they were being enslaved, and so we gave them jobs here.
Right. Now, do you think they're... that makes me wonder. Do you think they or their old allies are giving them the weapons for possible uprising?
Don't know, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, considering the unrest that's going on in the actual Underdark itself. I've been hearing the Drow have been a little bit more active. We haven't been able to get any shipments through our usual tunnels.
Interesting. So you actually, inside the city, there's actual tunnels going to the Underdark then, huh?
Well, not to the Underdark itself. I mean, there was a tunnel down a couple of cave systems out just on the outskirts of town that can get you there. In the town itself, though, we do have a tunnel system that just kind of acts as like a sewer and, just general upkeep for the town underneath the ground.
Okay. Now, who can I talk to about getting a map of these tunnel systems? Because it's got me kind of... You've piqued my interest too.
I would say either talk to Beladrid, Byron might be able to get you one. Wilma? Probably? Or...
Wilma, she's the little woman who's always around Lady de Grey.
Aye, she handles logistics within the city itself. In and out.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr. Astroforge, I greatly appreciate it, and I'm going to continue my search for my uncle. And if and when I see him, I'll let him know you want to pick his brain.
Hey, I'd appreciate that, lad. Or may watch over you.
Thank you. And at that time, I leave him back to his ribs and scan the room to see if I see my friend again.
Roll another perception check. You lost sight of him again.
Damn it! All right. Is Verna in the? Do I see Verna in the room? Is she still here?
It's up to Verna.
Sorry, I was getting a drink.
Oh. Do I see you in the room?
Yeah, I'm in the table feeding my dragon the meat.
Okay. I go over to the table. Did you hear the I relay the conversation I had with Mr. Astroforge about the network of possible black market network that's going on.
Really?
Yeah. So, and they got magic items. Something to look into.
What was the dude's name?
His last name's Astroforge. The dwarf that I was talking to.
Yeah, Thorin Astroforge.
Thorin Astroforge. He's the one who approves all the magic items that come to the city for Papa Bear to distribute to the shops. So, but there's an influx of black market items. So, just something to keep an eye out. Maybe if we can help help them with their little black market issue, and maybe you can acquire some magic items for us. Maybe they'll help us out a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe I get some names and start a network again or something.
Sounds good. And at that point, I go ahead and sit down and start eating.
Alrighty. Anything else anyone else would like to do?
No, my conversation will
I'm
come
just
later.
kind of hanging out around the around Darius.
What are the general / other girl doing at this point?
Zakura has actually gotten up.
Okay.
And she is kind of moving towards the entrance of the room. Sarah is still sitting where he is and just cross-armed, like staring out to the floor, kind of leaning back in his chair. And Robin still seems to be staring up in the air for some reason.
I want to approach Robin.
Okay.
Hello.
It takes her a moment. She doesn't actually acknowledge you.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Hi.
Hi. Looked like you were in your own little world there for a moment.
Yeah. Just watching things.
Like what?
Spirits.
Interesting. Is that something you do often?
She kind of shrugs.
Is there something you need?
Yes. Would you like to dance?
Roll persuasion.
If only I had advantage. Oh wait, I'm beautiful. Do I get advantage?
You do, actually.
All right.
Yes, actually, I would love that very much.
Man, what a beastie persuasion roll.
And we're not even max level yet. Or what's that? Was the Dragon Ball Z thing? It's not even my final form.
So she stands up from behind the table and she offers you her hand. And as she does, Sarah kind of looks over. Robin.
It's fine, Blue. Just dancing.
I'm gonna look at him. Yeah, it's just a dance. Oh, and I'm sorry for the other day. I had you confused with someone else.
We don't all look alike, you know. He crosses his arms again.
No, just some wiring problems up here. I'm gonna point to my head. The heat of the moment, you know how it is.
He spits the floor. Whatever.
Let's go. I'm gonna smile back at her and lead her out to the dance floor.
Okay, she will go with you. I need you to roll a performance check.
All the checks.
Ooh.
You gracefully whisk her off her feet, and the two of you get swept up in this beautiful waltz that's happening out in the middle of the floor. She steps on your foot once.
It's okay.
Get the feeling that she doesn't actually do this much, or she really doesn't care.
It's fine. I just wanted to get her away from Sarah so I could talk to her.
Okay.
So what's your story, dear?
I don't know. Apparently I'm smart.
Smart?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Graduated top of my class in Tolmar.
Oh. Wow. I hear that's a pretty exclusive place.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. And then, so now you live in Norel.
Yeah, it's sandy. Don't really like it that much.
Oh, well, I suppose that's life, though, right?
Yeah,
You end up
yeah,
in weird
yeah,
places.
yeah, yeah. Like Tarshish, though. He's good to me. He's been taking care of me.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah,
So do you do these sort of things often? These political meetings?
not really. I kind of prefer just to look.
Look
These
at the
kinds.
spirits?
Yeah. These kinds of things kind of get in the way. Though that Tarshish wants me to be more in the public eye.
I see. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? That means he wants you to, be something, right?
He's showing me off.
Yeah.
I know what he's
Well,
doing.
what's nobody's really seen him in a while. What's up with that?
I think he's still sad.
What's he sad about?
Losing his wife.
What happened to her?
Died. Suddenly. Illness. She still floats around him.
Her spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Is there anything particular about her illness?
Don't know. He won't really ever talk to her. Don't talk about her.
I could understand why.
He's just interested in whatever's happening in the future.
And what's happening in the future?
I don't know, actually. It's
Okay.
been changing lately.
Changing how?
Good things than bad things. More spirits than less. Happiness than sorrow. And then nothing.
Nothing.
Bright light before that, and a being.
Interesting.
I don't know what it is.
You can't tell what it is, huh?
It's pretty. Just don't know what it is. It plays beautiful music. I really like that music.
Music is the doorway to the soul, right?
Yeah. I've been told that. Spirits and songs dancing together. Kind of like right now, actually.
Oh, it sounds pretty fun, actually.
She kind of chuckles to herself at her little analogy she just made.
I will chuckle with her to show her that I'm appreciating her company. So you know this guy named Trachis?
Yes.
What do you think about him?
He's nice.
Who is he?
He saved me.
From what?
Don't really remember, actually.
Have you seen anyone strange in the kingdom recently? A small girl, perhaps.
No small girls. But if you're asking for things that are strange, I talk to ghosts. So I guess I'm the strangest one.
Well, I've heard of stranger things.
Is that a reference?
Really?
TV show sucks.
We're gonna put all the references in tonight. Don't worry, I'm working on it.
I'm working on it. Sorry. Anyway.
Well, that's fantastic, though, that, someone saved you from whatever it was, but how do you feel about the conflict with Barclay?
They don't exist anymore.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
No. Right. It's a necropolis. Land of the dead. Lots of souls there. Lots of people to talk to. Lots of secrets. Treasures.
What kind of treasures?
I don't really know.
Oh. How far into the songs have we been going?
You've been dancing for probably about 10 minutes now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to try to overstay my welcome with her and get Sayer pissed, so I'm going to... Well, it's been lovely to dance with you.
And with you. I enjoyed our talk.
Yes, maybe we can get a chance to talk again sometime.
I think I would enjoy that.
Me too. And then I'm going to escort her back to the table.
Tell the two friends beside you hello.
Hello?
She kind of
Who's beside me?
She waves over your shoulder, and she walks off.
I'm going to turn around and look to see what she waved at.
There's nothing there.
Okay. I'm going to go rejoin the group that's still around if they are.
Hanging out with the king.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going to work my way towards.
Darius has begun heavily drinking.
Since he has no protection.
Oh, God.
Can I roll another perception check?
You can try again, but it's going to be a disadvantage because you lost sight.
Okay.
You did pick up a sight of him as the coat is leaving.
Leaving out the front door?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. I kind of get up and head in that direction to see which... Do I see him go out the outdoor now? Do I get a better view of him?
Roll another perception check.
Oh, Jesus. Can I have it with disadvantage?
Sure. And no, you have no idea which way he went. Yeah.
All right.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
I go back to the table where Darius is getting drunk. Have a dwarven ale with him.
Is Verna still around, or has she already dipped to do what she needs to do?
I don't know, Verna.
Do you need? Because I'll dip right now.
I was gonna say you're probably about to leave anyway, so we'll go ahead and do your thing if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and do your thing.
Alright.
Let me get.
I need to solve, don't I?
Hang on, I gotta get some appropriate music for this.
Mission Impossible. Dun 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 dun.
I think this is it.
Oh, baby.
Verna, as you walk out the front door, your mission is at hand. You have the vial grasped between your fingers. You tip the doorman. Just kind of, flourish your hand at him as to say goodnight. And as you walk out into the evening air, you remember the direction that you're supposed to be going. You saw it before. What would you like to do?
I would like to keep to the shadows of the wall building and see if there's any open windows on that building.
Okay, roll stealth for me. You seem to blend into the shadow. You just press your body up against the wall, and as you shimmy your way down an alleyway next to where this embassy building is, you are one with the night, with a dragon wrapped around your shoulders, who just bit your ear.
Oh, she's a little fuck. I had her a little more, some of the barbecue ribs.
Okay. Give her a little bit of rib meat, and she just just gulps it down. As you're creeping down this alleyway, roll a perception check for me. See if you can find a way to get in. You do find an open window, however, it is on the second story.
Yeah. Is there any way easily to get to it, or I gotta have to do something?
It is a flat wall face right here. If you had a grappling hook or something, maybe, but...
Yeah, I don't think I have that on me. Do I notice if the building's empty or are there, lights on?
Roll another perception check for me. You don't seem to see any movement, however, you do see a small flicker of candlelight inside.
I'm gonna try to open a window.
Okay, one of the first floor windows?
Yeah.
Alright, you find a window next to you. I need you to roll a dexterity check with disadvantage. That's safe.
Oops. What a jerk.
It's kind of stuck, and the only way you can really think to get it open is to break it, so I need you to roll another stealth check real quick.
Advantage because of that nat 20? Don't need it.
Yeah. So you take part of your cape and you just kind of BAM! Knock out one of the panes of the window, and you do it as quietly as you possibly can, and as you reach in with your one arm and snap the lock on the window, you just gently push it open with a and you step inside.
What do I see?
You appear to be in an archive room of some kind. There's these large filing cabinets that are all around you.
I forgot to ask, where's my destination? Where am I supposed to plant this?
In one of the rooms, dummy.
Yeah, but in an important room, or can it be anybody's room?
Roll, because of your background, roll history with advantage. Since this is an espionage thing.
Why am I so... I'm so dumb. I'm dumb.
You're not sure entirely where the best place would be to put this. You could put it in the front foyer for all you know.
Years of academy training wasted.
Basically.
Yeah. I'm gonna check the door, make sure there's the front door. I'm gonna walk to the door and press my ears to it to see if I can hear anything moving, and then I guess open the door to look.
All right. The front door? Or the door in the room that you're in now?
The door that I'm in right now.
Okay, roll a perception check. You hear something muffled on the other side, but you don't know how close it is.
Is there a crack under the door that I can like look?
Yes.
I look.
Okay. You seem to see the shadows of footfall, but they seem to be far away from your position currently, almost like they're headed towards the front door.
I wait 4 seconds and then open the door and, stealthy out.
Okay. As you're walking out, you see the front door close. And you seem to have got the glimpse of somebody leaving.
How does it look where I'm at right now?
Are you looking around the room, or are you trying to look at the person that you just saw, or what?
Like the hallway, I guess. That's where I'm at right now, right?
You're in the it's leading out into like the front lobby. There is a hallway that runs down beside the archive room where you are currently, and then there's a staircase that goes up to the offices, which is probably where the main diplomat is. The hallway at the bottom seems to lead back to bedrooms of some kind.
Let me go upstairs.
Okay. Roll no stealth check for me.
My mouse is broken. That's what it is.
Very quietly creep up this staircase. There's plush carpet on these stairs, so you love this shit. Like, it masks your footsteps so easily. And as you make your way up, you do see a single candle burning in one of these offices. This looks to be one of the main diplomat's offices. Very lush, beautiful wood finishing on every piece of furniture in this room. It smells of rich wood. It smells of tobacco slightly.
Is there a desk?
There's a large desk, yes. It's covered in books and paper. There's quill and ink. There's several bookcases next to it in the back, and a large chair behind the desk itself.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the desk and plant the vial there.
Okay. You open up one of the drawers. I need you to roll a dex check with disadvantage. Drawer's a little stuck. And as you're trying to open it with one hand and hold the vial with the other, you almost drop the vial. But it's hard to get the actual drawer open, so.
Can I pop it open with my dagger?
Yeah. That will negate your disadvantage.
Let's do that.
Okay, roll another dex check. No. It's stuck for some reason. You can't get it open.
You know what? There's a pile of books on top of this desk.
Mm-hmm.
On top. I'm just gonna gently put it in between something up there in the desk and. Yeah.
Okay. As you're placing this here, roll an investigation check for me.
Jesus, all those.
The luck is running dry, my friend.
For real.
There's a few pictures and things thrown around on the table. Some various notes and things that look to be written in the Aurelian tongue, but you can't really make out anything useful.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna place the vial right there and walk to the front of the door office and make sure nobody came in.
Okay. As you walk out, roll another perception check for me. The coast looks clear.
I bet it does.
515. I love it. Twice in a row, 515.
How far I'm in this building?
Currently, you're standing in the lobby.
I'm just gonna use my cloak and just, teleport out
Poof out.
of here. Yep.
All right, you try and use your cloak, and it doesn't work.
Huh. Well, that's a first.
You feel like that mist starts surrounding your body, but then all of a sudden you don't go anywhere. Like the mist just dissipates around you.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna go back into the foyer room that I came in and try to go out the window.
Alrighty. Roll another stealth check for me.
Man, those stealth are looking nice, but everything else is so shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you creep your way back down through the foyer and back into the archive room. As you make your way out the window, you pace out back into the night. Roll me one more perception check.
It's dark. Give him advantage.
You feel something whiz past your head.
Like,
Somebody's
Hello?
getting off the balcony.
Oh no, I hope not.
And as you look behind you, there is a dart stuck into the windowsill. And attached to it is a picture of that slain editor.
Huh. I'll grab the picture and the dart and head on about my business.
Okay. And you head out back into the night. Are you heading back to the party or are you heading back to the manor?
I think I'm tired. I'll head back to the manor.
Okay. You make your way back to Violet's family home. And that's where we'll end the night for you, Verna.
Yes, because I gotta go to bed too.
Yep.
Good night, guys, and good luck.
Good night.
Now, let me kill the sax music. Remember to practice safe sax, kids.
Lame.
Oh, wow.
Back at the party. What would the rest of you like to do?
Eat these ribs.
I definitely want to eat my food
Yeah,
before
I'm
anything
quiet.
goes down.
Still being
What
very afraid of
are the
Jack.
food options?
There is pulled pork, there's barbecued ribs, there's barbecued chicken, there's barbecued turkey.
It's supposed to be an upscale event and everything's just barbecue? The hell?
Roll history.
We'll roll with history. Never thought I'd miss Break so bad. Give me advantage.
With advantage, because you've been to these soirees before. This is fancy food in Borgata. This is a delicacy for them.
Oh. There ain't fish.
There's some barbecued fish.
Barbecue never mind. I'll just eat the ribs.
They barbecue everything. Ow. Alright, is there anyone else you guys would like to talk to?
So are we kind of all huddled up here? Or we just
We're at
kinda
our
all-
table, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, all the council members are here if you want to talk to them.
Oh,
Kind of
see,
relay the conversation that I had with Thorn Astral Forge to the rest of the group, and let them know that I told Verna to keep an ear out for the black market ongoings.
Interesting.
Maybe we can help ourselves to some of the weapons and help the city to eradicate the black market issue and give us a better standing with the members of the council.
Wait, do you think these guys might be the ones that are trying to incite unrest in the slums?
Well, that's what Thorn thinks.
It seems like a double-edged sword if we want to get the support of the people versus the council.
Well, but here's what I'm thinking. Why don't we first try to locate the black or the operation, see what their side of the story is without letting the council members know, and maybe we can pick up some pretty cool magic items from them at a really cheap rate, and then from there decide which path we want to go down. Make sense?
Makes sense to me.
And Violet, I know you're against it because of Papa Bear, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You said that they were inciting unrest with the dwarves, but the were creatures also?
Yes.
Well, then he should support us on this. Discovering it anyway.
I mean, you could try talking to the were creatures and see what they actually say about all this.
Could.
We should do that. There's some pretty good ribs.
Could get some pretty good loot.
Anybody else talk to anybody else?
I mean, I want to talk to Wilma, I think. So. Is she near Lady DeGray at the moment or away from her?
She is actually away from her currently. She's still talking to that man from before, but they're not sitting at the table anymore. They're kind of back off in the corner.
What is Sakura doing?
Zakura is still, like, leaning up in the corner, just kind of smiling with across her beak at, like, everything that's going on in the room.
So she's towards by the door?
Yeah, close
corner?
towards the door. Which is kind of giving you guys an odd sense of dread. Darius especially.
Yeah. And
because of all this, I would like to do this. It did not go through. It did not go through. I would like to use divine sense and try to see what I feel, sense, smell, and see if I can be a little more specific this time and try to figure out where things are coming from.
Okay.
Identify.
All right, use your divine sense, and again, you see several tieflings in the area. As far as like
No, I didn't post it.
fiendish creatures, you do see the one celestial at the door currently. And as far as good and evil within the room, there's that heavenly music rising above everything. But there are also foul smells all across the place. If you want to roll perception checks to see if you can try and pinpoint where these are coming from, you can do that.
Yeah, I'll try to pinpoint stuff. Ugh, of course.
Tell you what, if there is a specific person, place, or point that you would like to investigate, do that.
So I kind of am looking around, like Wilma's area. Is where my first initial look would be.
Okay, roll investigation.
Investigation. Ugh.
You don't really sense anything coming from her direction.
Yeah. Yep. Great.
I'll give you 2 more targets to look at. Just in general, we're just seeing if you can figure out anything from all this.
I want to look around the table where the council/delegates are from the thing.
Okay, is there anyone in particular you're looking at there?
I want to look at what the fuck was her name? Spirit lady.
Robin?
Robin, yeah.
Yep, good.
Jesus.
Dumpster.
Can't really get a good read on her, but you do seem to hear faint music coming from that direction.
Okay. And then I guess for my final look. Oh man.
I mean, it can't be as bad as the last 2.
That's what I'm like, well, it's gonna be burnt. I'm gonna look. Is there anyone around Zakura that I can see?
A couple of Norellian guards. Other than that,
Just obvious Norellian guards. Okay. Is there anybody that would stand out-ish?
let's see.
Or stand out for not standing out?
Stand out for not standing out. Let's see.
Like, do they stand out for not standing out?
The most obvious one would be Wilma and Robin, and you've already checked those 2.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. The only other one probably would be Alaris.
Okay, let's check out Alaris.
The Mayor of Brigada proper.
Always check me out eating these ribs.
I already know you're over there being adorable because I'm assuming your face is covered.
Oh, yeah.
More than likely.
Barbecue sauce and honey. Honey barbecue.
Jesus. Get him out of the way, at least, I guess.
You suck at this.
This is starting to look like, this is really starting to look like Sorrow's End.
No kidding.
Look a lot Like, it's most...
Yeah.
This is the ultimate payback.
Faint music coming from that direction, but there's also a slight smell for some reason, and you can't pinpoint if that's coming from her or the people she's standing around.
Yeah. Okay, the hell with that then, I guess. Fucking stupid fucking dice.
And I let y'all do that because this is a social encounter. Like, this is a chance for you guys to kind of get some information on these people. So... see if you can learn anything about them.
Yeah, well, we see how that works. 5477.
I can't change rules, though.
Oh, I want to go talk to Wilma. Can I go talk to Wilma?
Yeah, go talk to Wilma.
Wilma, I'm home.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do before he goes to talk to Wilma?
I'm gonna check on the king since he's been drinking a shit ton.
Look, man, if you had to go through what I'm about to go through, you would be too. Don't shush me.
Need to behave.
You got some of that good stuff with you? The fireball stuff?
I do.
Oh, gosh.
And if you behave, you will get some later.
Okay. Wait, I'll be... How? I don't know.
Just relax
He takes another shot.
and enjoy yourself.
I'm gonna take a shot with the king.
Okay.
I'm gonna take one too.
Shots. Everybody.
Yep, all three of you.
The fuck down.
Okay. We're calm. We're good.
Slams another shot back. Alright. So, Jinx, want to talk to Wilma.
Yeah, is she still talking to somebody, or?
Yeah, same guy.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
And you see her kind of blush a little bit as you walk up.
You're looking lovely tonight.
Sorry. Vark, you had the lady's orders. Just before the ship comes in, let me know. I think the shipment's all ready to go. I want to make sure that I see them off before they go.
Yes, ma'am.
And for God's sake, make sure the invoices are stapled to the boxes this time.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It better be.
He kind of stomps off, defeated.
Oh, a little sternness. I like it.
Sorry, I didn't. Hate for you to see that. How are you?
I'm very good.
Wonderful. Are you enjoying the party?
It's been nice. The food's good. Did some dancing.
Darius, woo!
And there's that.
The king's drunk. Good.
So, yeah, this is going pretty good. So, listen, I had a couple questions.
Okay.
You know, everything in this town goes through you, right? Like, information.
Most everything. I handle a lot of the accounting and anything that goes in and out.
Okay. Have you noticed anything like an influx of, like, goods that aren't supposed to be here?
Roll persuasion with advantage.
Come back over here with me quickly.
She kind of takes your hand and pulls you over to a column. Kind of back
Okay.
away from everybody.
Yeah, column.
And she kind of motions for you to come down closer to her.
And I'm gonna lean closer.
And she gives you a big old kiss on the lips.
Dadgummit.
And as she pulls back,
Sorry, I could not help myself. There's something odd. This ship that's coming in.
What's wrong?
The Norellians want to escort it back home. And I really don't feel good about that.
Wait, they want to escort one of your ships?
Yes.
Back here?
No, back to home.
Oh, back to... Oh, to home. Oh, home.
Right.
Oh. Why would they want to do that?
I honestly don't know, and I'm starting to kind of fear the worst. I think they might be up to something. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I can't stand up to them. I have to provide them the transportation.
That's... Are the delegates going to be going with it, or are they just sending soldiers?
As far as I know, Zakura herself is escorting it.
Ooh. That doesn't seem good. If it's just an escort, why would she be doing that?
I'm not sure. My assumption is they're trying to open diplomatic relations with the Clock King, and that might not end well for all of us.
Yeah, that could be something. Wow. That's something, yeah. I'll have to take a look into that. I have a question. It's been a little while since I've been here. There was a murder at the paper. How would I get, some printing done for some performances that I'm planning on doing?
Oh, you're going to perform?
Yes.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. I'm sure everyone would love it. Let's see. Yes, they were. As far as I know, they're still running business as usual. I know everyone's a little down from losing the editor, but I'm sure if you went up there and asked them, they could do it for you.
Okay.
I mean,
you do happen to know them? The people that run it?
I don't. Mr. Zapata does, though. And so does Lady de Grey, now that I think about it.
Well, I'm sure she knows everyone.
Right. She has lots of friends there, I believe, actually. But everyone loves you.
She kind of blushes a little bit.
So I'm sure they'll have no problem with it.
Okay. Thanks. Well, I better get back to that, and I'm going to point to the mess of a king.
You know what would be fun?
What's that?
Could you perform for them now?
I think I could.
I'm sure they would love it.
She kind of smiles at you and just straightens out her skirts again.
We need to go back before somebody sees us.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to slide out. Is there a band?
Yep, there is like an orchestra.
I would like to approach them.
Okay. Several. Looks like humans. There's one tiefling, a couple of elves that all seem to be playing stringed instruments. And
hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Do you think you could play something with a little bit of tempo to it?
What kind of tempo are we talking about here?
I have no... Would I know, like, anything that they would maybe know? Like...
Give me just a second, trying to see if they would. Yeah, you do know a couple of favorites. Actually, roll history. With advantage, because you have been in this area before.
Dumpster.
The best thing you can think of is maybe some of the dwarvish shanties from the slums.
That is not what I'm looking for.
Might be fun though.
You know what? Let's do it. Give me something. Give me something. Something to dance to.
Something dwarvy.
Yeah, something.
They all turn around and look at this one dwarf who's sitting in the back with this massive pair of bagpipes.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And the lead conductor looks back. The dwarf looks at him. Is it time for Seamus? He nods. It's time for Seamus!
As this happens, I'm going to adjust my dress so that the slit on the side comes up high.
Okay. Need you to roll a performance check.
Oh no. At least give him advantage on this.
Oh, I
He's got advantage, yeah.
Oh, okay.
21. Anyone else gonna dance now that the music has started picking up?
You know what? Violet will make a fool of herself.
Okay.
I don't have any confidence in her abilities to dance.
Roll performance.
It's not going to be anything what Jinx is doing, but she's just going to, like, kind of jam. There's no way you can't jam to this. Oh, it's a -1 modifier.
It's charisma one.
Hey!
Oh, wow!
Keep getting it going.
Violet and Jinx are dancing together, and they're really getting into it. And in turn, this... Let's see here.
I'm not that far behind you.
The whole room is getting into it. And as Lady DeGrey is kind of like off in the corner scowling, and Zakura's laughing her head off at this point. Everyone is really into whatever's going on here. Let's see, Darius is even going to start. Poor boy, that's a 7. He's got a jug. He's got a mug of ale in his hand, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, I love this song."
Great showing, Brett King.
I get up and kind of Darius back to see.
Oh, I want to dance. Flint, dance with me.
No, you need to sit down.
You're a dwarf. You're supposed to do this.
Yes, but no. Just sit there and be quiet.
I don't want to be quiet. Just want to get this over with.
I am going to, while I am dancing, oh shit, never mind. Frodo went home instead of coming back. I'm going to use message.
Okay.
And send the message to Tybalt to kind of get things ready, get a fresh glass, nearby, so we can do this after, everything. And I still have some attention.
Okay.
Okay. Tybalt, I need you to roll me a sleight of hand and a deception check to prep everything.
Oh,
Damn! You sure you need that deception?
Ooh.
Never mind.
damn. It's just dawn.
Yep. You feel like this is gonna work?
I hand the Darius the drink and I think it's time.
It's time. It's time! He goes out into the dance floor and starts dancing some more with a cup in his hand, the doctored cup. And during the middle of this, you all see Lady Grey, who rises up at the main table now, as everyone's dancing out in the middle of the floor and acting a fool. Well, thank you to the entertainer, Jill, I suppose, part of the entertainment group Jinx, for livening up this party. Not really what I was expecting, but thank you. And she kind of starts clapping her hands, and there's a round of applause. Robin just kind of half-heartedly doing it, but you kind of feel like that's just who she is.
Yeah.
Sayer half-heartedly doing it because he doesn't give a fuck, and Zakura is actually like wildly clapping for you. And of course, several of the council members are also cheering along. Everyone in the room seems enthralled by all this cacophony. I am pleased to have everyone here to celebrate our alliance this evening. The Norelian Empire has given us so much prosperity over the last few years, and I feel like it's only going to get better from this point forward. I hope that we can one day have the same alliance with the now, I suppose, budding kingdom of Barclay, and she raises her wine glass to Darius, who's just like, yeah! Wonderful. I would like to propose a toast to this evening and many more, and I hope that peace may fall across Adoria for every person. And she drinks from her cup. Everyone raises their glasses and drinks from it. Darius raises his.
Hopefully doesn't actually drink it as I go ahead and slip my scroll. Please tell me he's not stupid enough to drink it.
He's pretty hammered.
Come on, buddy. Okay, yeah, no. He had to take a couple tries there. He didn't get it in his mouth the first time. He's like sloshing it around and kind of spilled it on his face a little bit, and then he's like, oh, ooh, ah, ooh. And he finally gets it up to his lips, and then he's like, oh, wait, right. And he only, like, barely touches it to his face.
And at this point, I feign death.
Okay.
Wow, that was a good solid thud for him falling over.
Right? Just but
That is some heavy-handed die.
right.
They're
He
metal.
slammed this shit on his desk.
They're
It
metal.
Sounds like
This D20 is, like, super fucking heavy. Okay, Jinx, to cast that spell, I need you, or you're doing it quietly, discreetly, right?
I'm trying to, yes.
Roll deception. Actually, no, roll sleight of hand.
Uh-oh.
Because this is for the somatic component.
Yeah. With advantage, because everybody should be looking at the cheers person? I don't need it.
You don't need it. Alright, I'm gonna roll one more thing here. Nope. And nope. Okay, yeah. As Darius drinks his cup and then he raises it back up. Yeah! To peace! No more fathers getting decapitated in parties. And then his face goes pale. I don't feel so good.
Darius?
And he falls down to the ground.
And I am going to immediately rush to his side, distraught.
I rush over too.
Dismay.
Yes, all of you rush to his side as he falls to the floor. The cup spills out of his hand, and there is a sudden gasp that falls over the crowd as he hits the ground with a thud. And Lady DeGrey, who's still hanging on to her own wine glass, is staring there dumbfounded. What's going on here?
Darius. He's...
Oh yeah, we need a doctor.
This is not
Don't
the right
worry,
music.
I'm a paladin.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Is there a doctor? I don't feel a pulse.
Roll performance. And deception.
Ooh!
Ooh!
Damn! Damn!
Oh!
He's getting angry. He's thumping the dice down with purpose now.
They're metal, they're just heavy.
Like,
I
how
can tell
dare
there's a
you,
difference.
Nat 20 this performance, you were supposed to fail.
No. Something happened in the middle of this. Hang on. This might be interesting.
Bernadette.
Oh! Fuck!
Nice knowing y'all.
What just happened?
So, Lady DeGrey, as she's looking out onto the floor, her glass falls to the ground suddenly. What's the meaning of this? What? She looks over to Swift Aid. I thought we were blessing the drinks. We were. There was something. Someone gave him something that we had to prove. She looks back over in the back corner, and Zakura is laughing her head off. You. This was all your fault. I told you not to bring these death games into this sanctum. Oh, please, you really think I did this? This is not my style. No, if I did this, this whole place would be on fire. Guards! Detain an Aurelian delegation. Wait, what? Excuse me?
Uh-oh. Them mercenaries.
How to start a war 101.
Yeah, they're mercenaries, you know.
No, they got all done and freaking guards. They got real ones here.
Put her in chains. She's going to face the council in the morning. You spilled sovereign blood in this holy place. No. Look, bitch, you're crazy. You want to see how crazy I can get? She grabs Robin and pulls a knife out from behind her back.
Oh, shit. She came strapped.
Okay, let's not do anything hasty here. Sarah has now risen up beside her. Ariana. I warned all of you. You pull any of this shit in my city, and it's not going to end well for you. You know that we could level this entire fucking place in half a second. Let the girl go. And you all feel this pressure beat down on you. I need you all to make wisdom saves.
Voxia. If any
Fantastic.
time I've ever needed you, this would be it.
What are we doing a wisdom save for?
Tybalt, you're afraid.
Oh,
Right,
for
I
fear.
Jinx is the only one that passes.
Oh god.
You are all afraid of what's happening in front of you. The sight of General Sayre, as he doesn't just seem to be looming over Lady de Grey, who has a knife at Robin's throat currently. His form actually seems to be getting bigger. To the point to where he's almost touching the top of the ceiling, and this is like a 40-foot ceiling.
I start praying to Voxia with Jinx.
As Lady de Grey turns the knife on him. You get back down, you giant lizard! I've slain so many of your people in my time. You'd be nothing. Then you'd be nothing.
I forget. She's kind of a badass too.
You'd be nothing more than a snark to me. Let the girl go! Out of the corner of your eye, you see a fireball streak across the dance floor and blast the knife out of her hand. Ah! And Robin looks up to her. Are we done? Okay, we're done. Robin reaches up and touches Lady de Grey on the forehead. And she falls to the ground.
Is she dead?
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful party. We're gonna be going. We got a boat to catch in the morning. Do me a favor, clean up. This place is getting a little corpsey.
I'm going to look over at Tybalt and Brad. Get him out of here. I'm going to go see what's up with the Gray.
I'm scared.
I look at Brad. I'm scared too.
That's why you get out of here. Leave.
I think I'm gonna just sit here. I mean, I'll do that if I can.
You should be able to move away from them
Can we
with
do
fear.
that, Carson? Can we grab Darius and leave?
Yes, you are all feared, but you can grab Darius and run away from the situation, but you can't move towards them.
Okay.
Actually, the ones who are near Darius currently are the only ones that can really be able to pick him up and move. So, Brad, if you're not close to him, you can't.
I mean, I've been beside him the whole time.
Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, you guys can pick him up and try and get him out.
Let's do that.
And then I am going to move towards Lady de Grey, who has fell to the ground.
I look over to Brad. We're going to Papa Bear's, right?
Yeah.
Let's get there quick.
Okay. That strength save, you're able to pick him up easily. And about this time, you all see General Sayer take on his massive form as this gargantuan ancient blue dragon fills up this entire space and
Nope.
busts out through the roof as he lets out this earth-shattering roar.
Big nope.
Son of a bitch.
Robin kind of looks up to him. Sayer, stop showing off, please. Can we go? And she stands up on his claw, and Zakura, who just kind of bounces over to where he is, also gets on his other claw. Alright, up, big guy, let's go! And he takes off into the air.
And since he's gone, I want to immediately check on DeGray. Check for a pulse, see if he's alive.
Roll medical. She's dead.
Like dead, dead?
Dead.
Dead.
But something else is unusual here.
Unusual how?
Her face.
What's up with her face?
It's gone.
Son of a bitch. I knew it.
What you see before you is not a person. Not even what you would recognize as a changeling. It's a creature of pure black skin. Hollow white eyes. No mouth, similar to your own people. But this looks different. No hair.
Yepers. Not that Jinx would know what that is, but I know.
Now that Draggy Boy's gone, are we free to move now?
Yes, he is currently out of range of your fear. So
I'm gonna grab my totem to try to calm myself down. Try to find my father in the midst of everything.
I'm gonna go over to Lady Grey. Can I do a wisdom check or a nature check on her?
Yeah, as you walk up to her, you can try and do nature check to see if you can figure out what this is, though it's going to be with disadvantage because you really have no basis for it. Violet, yeah, your dad kind of, as people start screaming and running out of the room, there is rubble falling down all around everyone, especially around the main council table. And all of the council is gathered around Lady Grey's body currently, or what was Lady Grey's body. Wilma looks completely distraught. Byron rushes up to you, Violet, and hugs you close. Just, Violet, come here quick!
Is the building falling down at this point, or is this just refuge from where they left?
It's pretty much refuge from where they left. It looks sturdy.
Okay.
I mean, this is dwarven construction, so it's not going to
Well, I didn't know
fall
if there was
apart.
multiple stories to this building or not.
No, this
Like,
is
if
like
it's just
it's like
story, then.
it is a large dining room basically. It's a cathedral
Okay.
vaulted ceiling ballroom.
All right, I misheard when you described it the first point. I was like, God, this building's coming down somehow. Of course he's got that.
He used it before. It's the same. It's the same construction.
Of course, I have no idea what happened to Lady Grey.
No, you have no idea. There's just this creature that's laying here in front of you.
This is definitely not Lady DeGray. I'll tell you that much.
Wilma kind of comes up to you all as you're standing over her body. What? What happened? What is that?
Not Lady DeGray.
Sure as hell isn't.
Which leads to a lot of questions.
A lot of questions. What the fuck is going on in this city?
That's a good question. Oh, fuck.
And
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is where we will end for tonight.
Yeah. Knew it. Oh, man.